I remember that summer like it was etched into my bones. The kind of heat that seeps into everything and makes the world feel heavy, oppressive. It was late July, and I was behind the wheel of my old Kenworth, hauling a load of fresh-cut lumber from a mill up in the Adirondacks down to a distributor in Albany. The route took me through those backwoods roads in upstate New York, the ones that twist through endless pines and forgotten hollows, where the trees crowd in so close they blot out the stars. Humidity hung in the air like a wet blanket, sticking my shirt to my back and turning every breath into a labored draw. I've been driving trucks for 15 years by then, seeing my share of long nights and empty stretches. But there's something about those northern woods in summer that always put me on edge. The fog rolls in off the lakes and rivers, thick and milky, and its swallow sound makes you feel like you're the only soul left in the world. I'd stopped for coffee earlier that evening at a dingy truck stop just outside Saranac Lake, the kind of place where the fluorescent lights buzz like angry hornets and the pie's always a day old. A couple of old-timers were hunched over their mugs, swapping stories the way truckers do to pass the time. One of them, a grizzled fellow with a beard like steel wool, was going on about the ghost roads up in the pines. Said he'd known 3 drivers in the last 5 years who'd just vanished on those routes, pulled over for a piss or a smoke break, and poof, gone. Their rigs found days later, sometimes weeks, with everything intact. Wallets, phones, half-eaten sandwiches cooling on the dash. No signs of struggle, no blood, just empty cabs and engines still ticking over. The other guy nodded along, mentioned something about feral folks living off the grid, survivors from old mining towns who'd gone wild, or maybe just the woods themselves claiming what they wanted. I chuckled it off as road myths, the kind that get taller with every retelling. Bunch of bullshit to scare the rookies, I muttered as I paid my tab and headed out. But as I climbed back into my cab and fired up the engine, their words lingered like a bad taste I couldn't rinse out. The night deepened as I pushed north, then veered onto Route 30, a narrow ribbon of asphalt that snakes through the heart of the wilderness. My headlights pierced the fog, turning the trees into spectral shapes that loomed and receded. The radio was tuned low to some country station out of Plattsburgh, but the signal faded in and out, leaving stretches of static that crackled like distant thunder. I preferred the CB anyway, Channel 19, the trucker's lifeline. It was quiet that night, unusually so. No chatter about way stations or speed traps. No jokes or complaints. Just the hum of my diesel and the rhythmic thump of tires on uneven pavement. I wiped sweat from my brow with the back of my hand, cracked the window for some air, but all it let in was the thick scent of pine resin and damp earth. Mosquitoes buzzed against the glass, drawn to the cab's glow. Around 11, I lit a cigarette to keep awake, the smoke curling up and mixing with the humidity. That's when the first hint of unease crept in. I glanced at my mirrors. Nothing but darkness behind, the red taillights fading into the mist. Ahead, the road curved gently, disappearing into a wall of trees. I thought about my wife back home in Syracuse, probably asleep by now with the kids. We'd argued that morning about me, taking extra runs to make ends meet. She worried about the long hours, the isolation. "Those woods ain't right, Tom," she'd said once, after I'd told her about a deer that darted out and nearly totaled my rig. I shook off the memory, focused on the road. But isolation has a way of amplifying thoughts, turning whispers into shouts. It must have been just past midnight when the CB sparked to life. No breaker call, no handle, just a burst of static that made me jump. I reached for the mic, figuring it was some joker or a weak signal from afar. "This is Timber Hauler. Go ahead," I said, my voice steady but curious. Nothing, just more static, broken by breathing, faint at first, like wind through a keyhole, but then it sharpened. Inhale, exhale, ragged and labored. It sounded close, too close, as if the person was right there in the cab with me. My skin prickled despite the heat. "Hey, Breaker, you all right? Need assistance?" I tried again, leaning closer to the speaker. The breathing hitched, grew heavier, almost pained, like someone struggling for air after a long run. Then a soft click and silence. The channel went dead. I stared at the radio for a moment, heart thumping a little harder. Interference, maybe? Atmospheric shit from a fog? I'd heard of weird echoes in these valleys, signals bouncing off the mountains. But that breathing, it didn't sit right. I turned up the volume, scanned channels, but everything was quiet. Shaking my head, I ashed my cigarette out the window and kept driving. The road narrowed, branches scraping the sides of the trailer like fingers on glass. Fog thickened, reducing visibility to maybe 50 yards. That's when my beams caught it, a glint of metal up ahead, off the shoulder. A semi, parked an odd angle, lights off, door slightly ajar. No hazards flashing, no signs of life. My gut twisted. Looked like a breakdown, but why no call on the CB? Curiosity, and maybe a trucker's code to check on a fellow driver, got the better of me. I eased my rig to stop a safe distance behind, killed the engine to listen. Nothing but the tick of cooling metal and the distant hoot of an owl. I grabbed my mag light from the glove box, a heavy thing that doubled as a club if needed, and stepped out. The air hit me like a wall, muggy and alive with the chirp of crickets. My boots crunched on gravel as I approached the parked semi, beams sweeping the ground. It was an older Peterbilt, mud spattered from the trails, hauling what looked like empty flatbeds, maybe headed to the same mill as me. The door creaked open wider under my touch, and I shone the light inside. Empty. Keys dangled from the ignition. Engine still warm to the touch when I brushed the hood. Papers scattered on the passenger seat. Manifest for lumber pickup, same route as mine, dated that day. A thermos lay on its side, coffee dribbling out, staining the floor mat. No wallet, no phone, just the essentials left behind. Hello. I called into the cab, voice echoing oddly. No answer. I climbed up, careful not to disturb too much, and rifled through the papers. Driver's name was scratched on one, Earl Jenkins, out of Buffalo. Logbook open to the last entry. Pulled over for engine check, mile marker 47. Hearing static on CB. That was it. Nothing more. A chill ran through me, despite the sweat beading on my neck. I glanced out the windshield, into the trees. The fog swirled, parting just enough to show dense underbrush, pines stretching up like silent sentinels. Then a rustle, branches snapping, not like wind, but deliberate like footsteps retreating deeper into the woods. I froze, light train on the spot. Nothing visible, but the sound echoed, fading away. My mind flashed to those truck stop stories. Drivers vanishing, pulled into the trees by what? Feral people? Or just the madness of isolation. I backed out of the cab, heart pounding now, and swept the beam around. Shadows danced, but no shapes, no eyeshine from animals. Just the oppressive quiet of the forest, broken only by my own breathing, ragged like that on the CB. I hustled back to my rig, slamming the door and locking it. Engine roared to life, and I peeled out, trailer swaying as I accelerated. In the mirrors, the abandoned semi receded into the fog, a ghost in the night. That breathing played over in my head, looping like a bad tape. Was it Jenkins? His last gasp before whatever happened? I radioed dispatch once I had signal, anonymous-like, just reported the parked rig. Didn't want to get tangled in questions. Kept driving through the night, windows up, CB off. Dawn broke as I hit the interstate, pink light filtering through the pines, but it didn't chase away the dread. Next day, back at the yard, I asked around casually. Dispatch had news. That Peterbilt belonged to Earl Jenkins, reported missing by his wife 2 days prior. Last contact was a check-in at the mill, then nothing. Search parties combed the area, found the truck just as I'd seen it, but no trace of him, no footprints leading away, no signs in the woods. Like he'd evaporated. Cops chalked it up to foul play or a breakdown leading to exposure, but us truckers knew better. Those woods have a hunger in summer, when the heat and fog blur the lines between real and nightmare. I haven't taken that route since. Stick to the highways now, even if it adds hours. But on humid nights, when the AC hums and the road stretches empty, I swear I hear it, that faint breathing on a dead channel calling from the pines. Wondering if it's Jenkins or the next poor soul, reaching out before the silence takes them. And I wonder, too, if one day it'll be me. Story 2. I've been trucking for nigh on a decade by that summer. crisscrossing the country in my old Freightliner, hauling everything from timber to machine parts. The pay was steady, but the nights were long, and there's something about those remote routes that wears on a man. I'd heard the stories at greasy spoons and rest stops, drivers vanishing without a trace, their rigs left like tombstones on the side of forgotten roads. Folks blamed it on everything from bad luck to something darker, whispers of people gone feral in the woods, living like animals after society spit them out. I always nodded along, poured another cup of black coffee, and hit the road again. Myths, I figured. The real monsters were fatigue and black ice. But that evening in the Oregon backcountry changed everything, left a scar on my soul that no amount of miles can heal. It was late July, the kind of heat that builds all day and refuses to let go even after the sun dips behind the ridges. I was running a load of cedar logs from a mill near Klamath Falls up to Portland, sticking to the secondary highways to avoid the way stations on I-5. The air was thick, humming with mosquitoes and the distant drone of cicadas, and the forest pressed in on both sides, Douglas firs and ponderosas towering like ancient guardians, their branches interlacing overhead to form a canopy that trapped the humidity like a lid on a pot. My AC had conked out 2 states back, so I drove with the windows cracked, the scent of pine sap and damp earth filling the cab. It was soothing at first. That smell reminded me of boyhood camping trips with my dad before he passed. But as the light faded, turning the sky a bruised purple, unease started to creep in. The road narrowed, pavement giving way to gravel in spots, and my GPS started acting up, signal dropping, then recalculating onto paths I didn't recognize. I'd punched in the coordinates for the quickest route, but suddenly it was directing me off the main drag onto an old logging trail, the kind that's more rut than road. Recalculating, the voice chirped, "Come as you please." I cursed under my breath, figuring satellite glitch from the mountains, but I followed it anyway. Deadlines don't wait for tech issues. The trail wound deeper into the woods, tires crunching over fallen needles and loose stones, the truck swaying like a boat on choppy water. No other vehicles in sight, no cell bars on my phone. Isolation hit me then, real and heavy, the way it does when you're miles from the nearest town and the only light is your high beams slicing through the twilight. I turned on the radio for company, but all I got was static, broken by faint snippets of some AM station preaching about end times. Fitting, I thought with a grim chuckle. The sun was gone now, just a faint glow on the horizon, and the forest had come alive in that subtle way it does at dusk. Rustles in the underbrush, the occasional snap of a twig that could be a deer or something else. I lit a cigarette, the flame flickering in the dim cab, and tried the CB. This is Loggers Run. Anyone out there on this godforsaken path? Silence. Not even the usual crackle. My mind wandered to those diner tales. A driver from Idaho who'd pulled over for a nap. Rig found a week later with his boots still by the bunk, laces tied. Another from Washington, logbook noting eyes in the trees before the entry stopped. I shook it off, focused on the beam ahead. That's when I saw the glint, metal reflecting back at me, half buried in vines and overgrowth like the forest was trying to swallow a whole. I eased off the gas, truck rumbling to a stop maybe 20 yards back. The headlights painted the scene in stark white. An old semi, maybe a Mack, its paint faded to a dull gray under layers of dirt and creeping ivy. It looked like it had been there for months, tires deflated, weeds pushing up through the wheel wells. But the cab light was on, flickering weakly like a dying bulb. No license plates that I could see, front one ripped off, rear obscured by mud. My heart picked up a notch. Abandoned rigs aren't uncommon. Breakdowns happen, but this felt wrong. Too deliberate, like it had been left as a warning. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, a sturdy one with fresh batteries, and stepped out. The air hit me like a wet rag, thicker here, carrying a faint rot beneath the pine. Insects buzzed around my head, but the woods were quiet otherwise. No bird calls, no wind whispering through the leaves. Just that oppressive stillness that makes your own footsteps sound like thunder. I approached slow, beams sweeping the ground for anything off, tracks, debris. Nothing but the trail, overgrown and unused. The door to the cab was closed, but not latched, creaking open when I tugged. Inside, it was a time capsule. Dust motes dancing in the flashlight's glow, a half-empty water bottle on the seat, crumbs for what looked like a sandwich wrapper. The logbook lay open on the dash, pen still clipped to the page. I leaned in, reading the last entry. Detour due to roadblock ahead. Strange lights in the trees. It cut off mid-sentence, ink trailing off like the hand had been pulled away. A chill crawled up my spine, despite the sweat trickling down my back. Tucked in the sun visor was a photo, a family smiling at a picnic table, kids with gap-toothed grins, wife with her arm around the man's shoulder. The driver, I assumed. Their faces looked eerie in the dim, flickering light, like ghosts staring back. I radioed in on the CB again, voice low, found an abandoned rig on the old logging trail off 140. Looks old, but lights on. Any one copy. Static. Dead air. My own truck idle behind me, headlights casting long shadows that danced as branches swayed. Weight swayed? There was no breeze. I backed out of the cab, flashlight panning the trees. The forest seemed closer now, branches reaching like fingers, the undergrowth thick with ferns and brambles. Then a low hum started, faint at first like an engine idling far off, but growing steadier. Not my rig. I could hear its diesel chug separate. This was deeper, vibrating through the ground, making the leaves tremble. I spun, beam cutting through the dark, but nothing. No vehicle, no lights. Just the woods, endless and impenetrable. Panic flickered in my chest, the kind that starts small but builds. I hustled back to my truck, slamming the door and throwing it into gear. As I pulled away, the hum followed, matching my speed like it was pacing me from the trees. My engine sputtered then, RPMs dropping for no reason. Fuel line? Electrical? I floored it, gravel spitting behind, but the sputtering worsened, truck lurching like it was fighting me. The overgrown trail narrowed further, branches scraping the sides with screeches that sounded almost human. In the rear view, the abandoned rig's cab light winked out, plunging it back into shadow. The hum grew louder, now accompanied by rustles, footsteps, animal scattering, or something else, shadowing me through the brush. I don't know how long I drove like that. White-knuckled on the wheel, sweat stinging my eyes. The GPS blinked back to life eventually, recalculating to the main road, but that hum dogged me for miles, fading only as I hit pavement and civilization's first lights. A gas station glowing like a beacon. I pulled in, killed the engine, and just sat there, breathing heavy, listening to the nothing. Checked the mirrors a dozen times, half expecting to see shapes emerging from the dark. Nothing. I reported the rig anonymously from a payphone. Didn't want questions tying me up. Kept driving through the night, deliver my load at dawn, but sleep wouldn't come easy after that. Days later, back at a truck stop in Eugene, I overheard talk. That faded semi belonged to a driver named Harlan Reed, gone missing the previous summer on the very same route, same sweltering night. Family had searched for weeks. Posters, please on news, but no body, no clues. Just the truck, found exactly as I'd seen it, logbook and photo intact. Authorities figured he'd wandered off, disoriented from heat or exhaustion, lost in the woods. But us drivers knew better. We'd heard the legends of those old logging trails, remnants from boom times when men disappeared into the forest and never came out. Some say driven mad by isolation, others claimed by folks who'd shunned society, living wild and territorial. Feral, they called them, shadows in the trees with eyes that watched and hands that pulled. I quit that route after, stuck to interstates where the lights never fade. But on humid summer evenings, when the air thickens and the woods call from the roadside, I hear that hum again, low and insistent, like a promise. Makes me wonder if Harlan's still out there, or if whatever took him is waiting for the next lone soul to glitch onto the wrong path. The forest hides its secrets deep, roots tangled with bones and forgotten stories, and I fear one night it'll whisper my name, draw me in, and leave my rig fading under the vines. No one's ever truly alone in those woods. Something's always watching, humming its quiet lure. Story 3. I've been on the road for what felt like forever that summer. hauling freight from one forgotten depot to the next, chasing paychecks that barely covered the wear on my old Mack truck. July in the Michigan backwoods was unforgiving. Humid air that wrapped around you like a fever dream, turning every mile into a slog. I'd picked up my load at a rundown yard outside Manistee, where the old-timers gathered under flickering sodium lights, nursing thermoses of bitter coffee and trading yarns to kill the time. They were a weathered bunch, faces etched with lines from too many sunrises behind the wheel, and that night, their talk turned dark. Whispers about drivers who'd gone missing on these wooded routes. Guys like us, mid-haul, their last radio calls garbled with static and something like fear. One fella, with a voice like gravel under tires, recounted how his buddy's rig was found tipped in a ditch, doors wide, no sign of the man except a half-smoked cigarette still burning in the ashtray. "The woods take," he muttered, eyes distant. "Feral folk out there. Or maybe just the loneliness driving him mad." I laughed it off, clapped him on the shoulder, and climbed into my cab. Fatigue talking, I told myself. Nothing but stories to spook the greenhorns. But as I pulled out onto the narrow highway, the forest closing in like a living thing, those words stuck with me, burrowing deep. The moon hung high that night, its light filtering through the dense canopy like shards of fractured glass, casting jittery shadows across the dashboard. My headlights carved a tunnel through the dark, illuminating twisted trunks of oak and pine that crowded the road's edge, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The air was thick, buzzing with insects that splattered against the windshield, and the humidity made my shirt cling to my skin, sweat trickling down my spine. I cracked the window for relief, but all it brought was the earthy scent of moss and decay, mixed with the faint tang of lake water from nearby Huron. The radio played low, some staticky country station fading in and out, singing about lost loves and empty roads, fitting for a night like this. I was alone out there, miles from the nearest town, the kind of isolation that amplifies every creak and rustle. My mind wandered to home, to my sister in Traverse City who'd begged me to find steadier work. "Those woods ain't safe, Eddie," she'd said on our last call. "Too many stories." I shook it off, lit a cigarette, and focused on the yellow line snaking ahead. It started subtle, around midnight, when the CB crackled to life. I wasn't expecting chatter. These backroads were dead quiet after dark, but there it was, a faint whisper cutting through the static. At first, I thought it was wind through leaves, a trick of the signal bouncing off the hills. But then words formed. "Turn back, they're waiting." Soft, almost inaudible, like a breath against the mic. My hand paused midway to my mouth with the cigarette, smoke curling up untouched. I grabbed the handset. "This is Pine Holler. Say again? You need help." Silence. Then the whisper repeated, clearer this time, laced with urgency. "Turn back, they're waiting." I scanned the channels, twisting the knob, figuring atmospheric interference or some prankster with a weak rig. But it looped, the voice unchanging, hoarse, strained, like it came from someone who'd been shouting for hours. A chill prickled my arms despite the heat, and I turned up the volume, straining to catch more. Nothing else, just that warning, fading in and out with the static. Ahead, the road curved into a turnout, a gravel patch meant for breakdowns or quick rests. My beams swept over it, catching the glint of metal. A semi tilted off the shoulder, nose dipped into the ditch, doors flung open like the driver had bolted in a panic. No lights on, no hazards flashing. My stomach nodded, looked fresh, tire tracks still sharp in the dirt. I eased my truck to a stop a ways back, engine idling low, and killed the headlights to listen. The woods answered with silence, broken only by the distant call of a whippoorwill and the tick of my cooling manifold. I grabbed my flashlight, a heavy-duty one with a beam that could cut through fog, and stepped out. The air hit heavier here, charged with something unspoken, like the prelude to a storm. Mosquitoes swarmed, but the usual night sounds were muted, as if the forest held its breath. My boots crunched on gravel as I approached the rig, beam playing over the scene. It was an international, mud splattered from the trails, trailer empty, probably headed south like me. Doors wide, but no blood, no signs of a fight. Just an empty thermos rolling on the floorboards, lid off, coffee spilled in a dark stain. On the seat, a map unfolded, circled with frantic marks. Red pen, slashing lines deeper into the trees, away from the road. Notes scrawled in the margins, heard voices, shapes following. My pulse quickened. I climbed up, careful, shining the light inside. Logbook open, last entry. Pulled over for strange noise on CB. Warnings, turn back. It trailed off, pin mark dragging like the hand had slipped. A wallet lay there too, untouched, ID showing a guy named Roy Harlan, mid-50s from downstate. Family photo clipped to the visor, him with a wife and grandkids, all smiles at some barbecue. Their eyes seemed to stare back, accusatory in the flashlight's glare. I backed out, skin crawling. The air felt denser, pressing in, and above, branches creaked without a whisper of wind, slow, deliberate, like something heavy shifting in the canopy. I panned the light up, heart thudding. Shadows danced between trunks, tall and indistinct, like figures standing just out of reach. People? Deer? My mind raced. I'd heard tales of feral folks in these parts, holdouts from old lumber camps, gone wild after the industry dried up, living off the land and shunning outsiders. Or maybe just squatters, desperate and dangerous. The beam caught a glint. I shine, low and steady, then gone as whatever it was ducked away. Not animal, too calculated. Rustles followed, circling from the underbrush, twigs snapping, leaves brushing like footsteps padding soft. Panic bloomed in my chest, hot and sharp. I retreated, beam swinging wild, catching more movement, shapes slipping between trees, humanoid but wrong, hunched and silent. "Who's there?" I called, voice cracking the quiet. No answer, just the creaks intensifying, branches groaning like warnings. Back in my cab, I slammed the door, locked it, hands shaking as I keyed the ignition. The CB hissed then, unbidden, the whisper back, but different. Names now, dates: Jim Travers, July 12th. Gone. Sarah Klein, August 3rd. Taken. Roy Harlan tonight. It listed them, a roll call of the missing, voices overlapping in a murmur that raised the hairs on my neck. I twisted the knob off, but the echoes lingered in my head, spectral and insistent. I gunned the engine, tires spinning gravel as I peeled out, trailer fishtailing. The road blurred, trees whipping by, but the whispers seemed to chase, faint through the vents or my imagination. I couldn't tell. Miles ticked by, the moon's fractured light mocking me from above. I didn't stop until dawn crested the horizon, painting the woods in gray. Pulling into a truck stop outside Ludington. Coffee in hand, I radioed it in anonymous. Didn't want the hassle of statements or suspicion. Abandoned rig on 31, mile 142. Check it out. Hung up quick, hands still trembling. Authorities found the truck later that day, just as I described. Doors open, map-marked wallet there, but no Roy Harlan. Search dogs lost the scent at the tree lean, like he'd vanished into thin air. News called it another missing person case, maybe exposure or a breakdown leading to wandering off. But I knew better. Those whispers weren't interference. They were echoes, maybe from the lost themselves, trapped in some limbo, warning the living. Or worse, something mimicking them, luring the next fool deeper. Feral people? Forest madness? I don't know, and I don't want to. I quit long haul after that. Took a local gig shuttling between towns, sticking to paved lots in daylight. But nights like that July one haunt me. Humid air pressing in, rustles in the dark making me bolt upright, listening for whispers on a dead line. Every shadow in the yard, every creak of the house settling, has me questioning. Were those warnings from the vanished, pleading for help? Or bait, drawing me back to the shadowed branches where they're waiting still? The woods remember, and they don't forget. One day, they might call my name too, and I wonder if I'll have the strength to turn back. The summer of 18 sticks in my mind like a bad dream you can't shake off, the kind where the heat wraps around you tight and won't let go. I've been trucking for 12 years by then, mostly out west, hauling loads through the Pacific Northwest where the forests swallow whole mountains and the roads twist like veins through the green. That particular run was from a lumberyard near Olympia up to Seattle. Nothing fancy, just pallets of processed wood strapped down tight. But those Washington State backroads, flanked by endless evergreens, always had a way of making a man feel small, insignificant. The air was thick that July, turning my cab into a damn sauna, sweat dripping down my neck and soaking my collar. I'd roll down the windows, but all you'd get was more humidity, laced with the sharp bite of pine and the faint rot of fallen needles underfoot. Insects buzzed constant, a low drone that blended with the engine's rumble, and the sun hung low, dipping behind the hills earlier than it should, plunging everything into a premature twilight that felt wrong, unnatural. I'd heard the rumors, of course. Truckers are a superstitious lot, swapping tales on forums and over staticky CBs to pass the miles. Stories about colleagues vanishing during night runs, logs showing normal activity 1 minute, check-ins about coffee stops or scenic views, then abrupt silence. Rigs discovered empty days later, miles from anywhere, personal effects untouched like the driver just stepped out for a smoke and never came back. Some blamed it on foul play, hitchhikers with bad intentions, or rival haulers settling scores. Others whispered about the woods themselves, old legends of folks gone feral after logging camps shut down, living wild in the shadows, territorial as wolves. I'd scroll through those threads at rest stops, chuckling to myself. Bunch of bullshit, I'd mutter, but deep down it gnawed at you. Isolation does that, turns whispers into echoes. My wife back home in a coma would worry when I took these routes. She'd text me reminders to check in, her messages popping up on my dash screen like lifelines. Be safe, love. Those woods are too quiet. I'd reply with a thumbs-up emoji, but her words lingered as the signal bars dropped to nothing. That evening, the heat lingered even as the light faded, the sky bruising purple over the ridges. I was on a stretch of State Route 8, winding through the Olympic National Forest, where the trees press in so close they scrape the mirrors if you drift. No other traffic. Hadn't seen a soul for an hour. My high beams cut through the gathering dusk, illuminating ferns and moss-covered trunks that looked ancient, watchful. The radio had crapped out miles back, leaving only the hum of tires on asphalt and my own breathing, steady but edged with fatigue. I sipped lukewarm coffee from my thermos, eyes scanning the road for deer or fallen branches. That's when my beams caught it, a semi blocking the lane ahead, hazard lights flashing erratically like a heartbeat skipping. It was parked crooked, half on the shoulder, trailer angled as if it had swerved to a stop. No driver in sight, but the engine was running a low, idle mixing with the exhaust that curled up lazy into the pine-scented air. My gut twisted. Breakdown? Accident? I eased my rig to a halt a safe distance back, hazards on, and sat there a moment, listening. The forest answered with stillness. No wind rustling the needles, no distant traffic hum. Just that erratic flashing, painting the trees in strobes of orange. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, a mag light heavy enough to swing if needed, and stepped out. The air hit like a wall, muggy and alive with the scent of sap. But underneath, something off. A faint metallic tang, like blood or rust. Mosquitoes swarmed my arms, but I waved them off, boots crunching on gravel as I approached. The semi was a Volvo, mud-spattered from off-road hauls, trailer loaded with what looked like construction gear. Engine purring smooth, no smoke or leaks. I called out, "Hey, you all right in there?" Voice echoing back from the woods, swallowed, quick. No answer. The driver's door was ajar, creaking wider under my push. I shone the beam inside, heart picking up. Empty cab, but signs of life everywhere. A half-eaten sandwich on the passenger seat, ham and cheese wilting in the heat, mayo congealing. Next to it, a styrofoam cup of coffee, still steaming, tendrils rising like ghosts. Papers scattered on the dash. Manifest for a delivery up north, dated that day. Then I spotted the voice recorder, a little digital thing clipped to the visor. Red light blinking. Still recording? I hit play, curious, and a man's voice filled the cab. Tinny but clear. Mile marker 62. Smooth sailing so far. Heat's a killer, but... Wait, something on the road ahead. Looked like a person standing there, but no, it's gone. Must be shadows. A pause, then static hissing, the tape cutting off abrupt. My skin prickled. The voice sounded strained, like he'd seen something that didn't sit right. I rewound, listened again. Looked like a person, but what? Too tall? Wrong shape? The words hung there, unfinished. I pocketed the recorder, evidence, I told myself, and backed out, sweeping the light around. The woods pressed in closer now, evergreens looming like silent judges, their branches casting long shadows that danced in the hazard's flash. Stillness reigned, but it was the wrong kind, the kind that raises hairs on your neck, makes you feel exposed. I felt watched, eyes from the underbrush, tracking my every move, patient and unblinking. I'd heard stories from locals about these parts, old homesteaders who'd vanished in the early days, rumors of descendants still out there, feral and forgotten, surviving on what the forest provided. Or maybe just drifters, broken by life, drawn to the isolation. A twig snapped nearby, sharp, deliberate, not the random crack of an animal foraging. I froze, beam darting to the spot. Nothing but ferns swaying slight, as if something had just passed through. Another snap, further off, then rustles circling slow. Panic stirred low in my belly, the kind that starts as a whisper but builds to a roar. I hustled back to my truck, flashlight beam bouncing wild, catching glints in the brush. Eyes? Reflections? I didn't wait to find out. Slammed the door, locked it, engine roaring as I threw into gear. Tires spun on loose gravel, trailer swaying as I peeled out, swerving around the blocked semi. In the rear view, fog rolled in sudden from the trees, thick and white, swallowing the hazard's flash where the rig stood. Like the woods were erasing it, hiding their secret. The road ahead blurred, my hands slick on the wheel, heart hammering. That snap echoed in my head, too human, too close. I drove hard, windows up, AC blasting what little cool it had left, but the cab felt smaller, the forest endless. Miles later, when the road widened and cell bars flickered back, I pulled into a lit-up rest area, engine idling as I caught my breath. Hands shook as I replayed the recorder, same words, same cutoff. I radioed dispatch anonymous, voice steady as I could manage. Abandoned Volvo on 8, hazards on, engine running. Might need a welfare check. Didn't mention the tape. Kept it for myself. A talisman or proof, I wasn't sure. Kept driving through the night, delivering my load at dawn, but sleep evaded me in the motel, mind replaying that snap, that feeling of being watched. Days blurred after, back on the road, but avoiding that stretch. Then the news broke on a forum thread. The driver of that Volvo, a guy named Mitch Carver, had been missing for a week. Family clueless. Last check-in normal, then silence. Search parties combed the area, found a rig just as I'd left it. Sandwich moldy now, coffee cold, recorder gone. Had I taken it? Or had something else? No footprints leading away, no signs in the woods. Cops wrote it off as disorientation. Maybe a medical episode sending him wandering into the brush. But the forums buzzed darker. Another one claimed, pulled into the dark without a trace. Mitch had a wife, kids. Photos in the news showed them pleading for info, faces etched with the same worry my wife wore in her texts. I quit cross-country hauls soon after, took a local job shuttling between warehouses, daylight only. But the woods called back on humid summer evenings, when dusk edges in early and the air thickens with pine. I hear branches snap in my yard, feel eyes on my back from the tree lean, and wonder, what did Mitch see on the road? A person, but not quite? Feral shadow, or just a forest deception? The calm hides it well, that pull into the underbrush where men vanish, leaving empty rigs as markers. One day, it might come for me too, a snap in the twilight, eyes watching from the edge. And I'll step out, curious, into the deceptive quiet, never to return. Story 5. That August night in the Pennsylvania backwoods still haunts me, a memory that creeps in when the air turns thick and the fog rolls low. I've been trucking for over a decade by then, running loads from Pittsburgh out to the smaller depots in the Alleghenies, where the roads narrow and the forests take over. The pay was decent, but the isolation wore on you. hours of nothing but your own thoughts and the rumble of the diesel. Summer heat made it worse, sticky and unrelenting, turning the cab into a sweatbox even after sundown. I cracked the windows for relief, but all you'd get was the damp scent of loam and ferns, mixed with the faint rot of standing water in the hollow's fog was common in those valleys, rising from the creeks like smoke, clinging to everything it touched. I'd overheard dispatches crackling over the CB about missing truckers, routine check-ins just ceasing mid-sentence, rigs found later with doors locked from the inside, as if the drivers had vanished without ever stepping out. Old-timers at the stops would mutter about it over coffee, blaming everything from blackouts to something darker, like the legends of feral people hiding in the hills, descendants of coal miners who'd gone wild after the seams dried up. I'd nod along, pour another cup, and hit the road. Stories, I figured. The real danger was nodding off at the wheel. But that night, the fog was thicker than usual, a veil that smeared the windshield no matter how hard the wipers worked. I was hauling a load of machine parts through the foggy hollows off Route 6, near Coudersport, where the land dips into these shadowed valleys ringed by dense woods. The mist muffled sound, turning the world soft and indistinct, like driving through a dream you can't wake from. My headlights barely pierced it, illuminating swirling eddies that danced like ghosts. The radio had faded to static miles back, and the CB was quiet, no chatter from other haulers, just the occasional pop of interference. Humidity beaded on my skin, shirt sticking to the seat, and I wiped my forehead with the back of my hand, eyes straining ahead. Home was waiting in Eerie, my girl and our dog, probably curled up watching TV. She'd texted earlier, "Drive safe, babe. Fog's bad tonight." I thumbed back a quick, "Will do," but signal was spotty, and the message hung unsent. Isolation hit harder in the mist, making every shadow feel alive. It started when my tires crunched over loose gravel on the shoulder, the road curving into a deeper hollow. Ahead, through the haze, dim taillights glowed red, like embers in smoke. I eased off the gas, truck rumbling slow. The semi was parked crookedly, half off the pavement, as if it had veered sudden. No hazards on, no driver visible. My pulse quickened. Breakdown? Or one of those stories coming true. I pulled up behind, leaving space, and killed the engine to listen. The fog swallowed the tick of cooling metal, leaving a silence so profound it pressed on my ears. No crickets, no distant owls, just the soft drip of condensation from leaves overhead. I grabbed my flashlight, a sturdy one with fresh batteries, and stepped out. The air clung cold now, unnatural for August, raising goose flesh on my arms despite the earlier heat. Mist swirled around my legs, dampening my jeans, and the scent of wet earth grew stronger, almost cloying. Approaching the rig, beam cutting through the fog, I saw it was a Freightliner, mud cake from the backroads, trailer empty, maybe headed to a pickup like mine. Cab door closed but unlocked, creaking open under my touch. Empty inside, but signs of recent life. A jacket slung over the passenger seat, keys still in the ignition, engine warm when I brushed the dash. Then I spotted the footprints, fresh in the soft dirt by the door, uneven like a stagger, leading away from the truck into the trees. No return tracks, just that single trail vanishing into the underbrush, swallowed by fog. My stomach nodded. "Hello, you out there?" I called, voice muffled, echoing back distorted like it came from someone else. No answer, just the mist muting everything. I climbed into the cab, careful, shining the light around. A notebook lay open on the console, pages filled with tight scrawl. I flipped through, routine logs at first, miles and stops, but then odd sightings peppered in, figures in the mist last night. Thought they were deer. Heard my name called, but no one around. The last entry chilled me. They're closer now. Footsteps outside. Have to check. It cut off abrupt, pin dropped midward. A chill deepened, the air in the cab turning frigid, my breath visible in the beam. I pocketed the notebook, proof, or maybe just curiosity, and backed out, sweeping the light over the footprints again. They looked deliberate, leading deeper into the woods where the trees thickened, branches interlacing like a cage. The cold intensified, seeping through my clothes, and that's when I heard it. Footsteps slow and deliberate, circling my own rig back on the road. Not mine. These were heavier, crunching leaves and gravel with a rhythm too human, too purposeful. I froze, beam darting through the fog. Nothing visible, just swirls of mist parting and reforming. The steps paused, then resumed, closer now like whatever was testing the air. My mind raced. Animal? Bear? But bears don't circle like that, patient and sly. Feral people, the stories whispered. Outcasts living in the hollows, drawn to the roads at night, mimicking sounds to lure the unwary. Or maybe just a drifter, desperate for a ride or worse. Another step, to my left, branches rustling soft. I bolted from my truck, heart slamming, flashlight beam bouncing wild. Slammed the door, locked it, hands fumbling the keys. Engine roared to life, and I drove blind into the fog, horns blaring to clear whatever might be ahead. The footsteps faded behind, but the chill lingered, burrowing deep. Miles blurred after, the road climbing out of the hollow, fog thinning as I hit higher ground. I didn't stop until a diner glowed ahead, neon cutting the night. Parked under the lights, engine off, I sat there shaking, replaying the sounds in my head. Pulled out the notebook, read it again by the dash light. Those entries escalating from unease to terror. Radio dispatch anonymous once signal returned. Abandoned freightliner in the hollow off 6. Footprints leading into woods. Might be trouble. Kept the details sparse. Didn't want questions tying me up. Drove on through the night, delivering my load at dawn. But sleep wouldn't come, mind stuck on those circling steps. Authorities identified the truck days later. Belonged to a driver named Dale Whitaker. Reported missing 3 days prior by his brother. Last check-in was normal, then nothing. Search parties combed the area, dogs and all, but found only those footprints ending abrupt at a creek bed. No sign beyond. No body, no clues. News pegged it as disorientation from the fog, maybe a fall or exposure. But the forums buzzed with darker takes. Another one taken, pulled into the mist by whatever haunts those hollows. Dale had a family. Photos in the paper showed them hollow-eyed, searching for answers that wouldn't come. I switched today runs after, avoiding the backwoods when I could. But sticky August nights bring it back. The fog creeping in my dreams, footsteps echoing just out of sight. Summer breeds illusions in the woods, or perhaps something real that mimics them, waiting patient in the hollows for the mist to draw you in. I hear them sometimes, even now, circling slow in the quiet hours, calling names that sound like mine. And I wonder if Dale's still out there, staggering through the trees, or if he's become one of them, echoing warnings that no one heeds. The chill never quite leaves, a reminder that the fog hides more than it reveals, and one wrong turn could make you next. Story 6. I've been behind the wheel for what felt like a lifetime that summer, hauling loads across the Midwest in my battered old International, chasing deadlines that never seemed to end. The Wisconsin backroads were my usual beat, twisting paths through dense thickets where the trees swallowed the horizon and the air hung heavy with the scent of wildflowers and damp soil. Balmy nights like that one in late June made the isolation hit harder. The heat lingered long after sunset, turning the cab sticky, sweat beading on my forehead as I wiped it away with a ragged sleeve. Truck stops along the way buzzed with the usual chatter. Guys like me swapping coffee and cigarettes, trading stories to fend off the loneliness. Lately, though, the tales had turned darker. Drivers gone AWOL. Last seen pulling over for engine trouble on these remote stretches. Never heard from again. Their rigs found days or weeks later, overgrown with weeds like the forest had staked its claim. Folks blamed it on everything from bad hearts to bad luck. But the old-timers whispered about something else. Feral people lurking in the shadows, holdouts from forgotten logging camps who'd turned wild, or maybe just the woods themselves, alive with a hunger that pulled men in. I'd laugh it off, call it cabin fever from too many miles, but as I rolled out of a diner near Tomahawk that evening, their words clung like the humidity. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of bruised orange, but the heat didn't relent. I cracked the windows, letting in the chorus of crickets and the faint rustle of leaves, but only amplified the emptiness. No radio signal out here, just static hissing like distant whispers. My load was light that run, some machinery parts bound for Green Bay, so the truck handled the curves easy, tires humming on the cracked asphalt. The thicket pressed in on both sides, birches and maples intertwining with underbrush so thick it looked impenetrable, like a wall hiding secrets. I'd grown up in these parts, hunting with my pa in similar woods, but back then it felt welcoming. Now, at 42, with the ex-wife and kids I saw every other weekend, the isolation gnawed at me. My phone buzzed with a text from my boy, "Dad, when you home?" But signal faded before I could reply. I tossed it on the dash, focused on the road ahead, headlights cutting a narrow path through the gathering dusk. It was around 9 when the first flicker caught my eye, a beacon flashing ahead, erratic like emergency lights gone haywire. Not steady hazards, but pulsing uneven, casting strobes into the trees. My gut tightened, breakdowns happened, but out here you hoped it was just a flat, not something worse. I slowed, truck rumbling to a crawl, beams illuminating the scene. There, half engulfed in undergrowth, sat a semi. Looked like a Kenworth, vines already creeping over the wheels as if the forest had claimed it overnight. It couldn't have been there long. The paint was fresh under the dirt, no rust. But the way the thicket hugged it close made it seem ancient, forgotten. The beacon came from the cab light, blinking weak like a distress signal running on fumes. No driver in sight, no smoke or steam. I pulled over a safe distance back, killed the engine, and sat there listening. The crickets had gone quiet, replaced by a stillness that raised the hairs on my arms. Only the faint beep of that beacon, echoing soft through the open window. Stepping out, the air hit stale, not the fresh pine I'd expect, but musty like an old cellar. My boots sank into the soft earth as I approached, flashlight beam sweeping the ground. Doors unlocked, swinging open easy. Inside, keys dangled from the ignition, engine cold but not long stopped. No sign of struggle. Seat adjusted for a tall fella, coffee cup in the holder half full, cooling. Papers on the dash, manifest for a lumber haul, similar to ones I'd carried. Then the GPS unit caught my eye, screen blinking with a pinned location deep off-road, miles into the thicket, labeled Simply Help. Chills rippled down my spine. Who'd set that? The driver? Or something else? I leaned in closer, finger hovering over the screen, but hesitated. The cab felt wrong, air thicker inside, pressing like unseen eyes. Curiosity pulled me further, stupid, maybe, but truckers look out for their own. I pocketed the GPS for evidence and stepped toward the trees, following what looked like a faint trail where branches were bent back. Just a few steps in, the thicket closed around me, vines brushing my arms like fingers, sounds deadening to a muffled hush. No bird calls, no wind, just my breathing, loud in the quiet. Then distant but clear, a beacon beep echoed mine, but twisted, lower pitch, irregular like a mimic gone wrong. I froze, beam panning the shadows. Trees loomed taller here, trunks gnarled, underbrush clutching at my jeans. Shadows lengthened unnatural, stretching toward me despite the fading light. Another beep, closer now from the left or behind. My heart thudded, mind flashing to those truck stop stories. Lures in the woods, false signals drawing men deeper, never to return. Retreating slow, branches snagged my shirt, tearing slight like they didn't want to let go. Back at the abandoned rig, I shone the light on the door, scratches there, fresh and frantic like fingernail marks digging in. Not animal claws, too precise, too desperate. Panic surged, hot and sharp. I bolted to my truck, slamming the door, hands shaking as I turned the key. Engine caught on the first try, thank God, and I radioed authorities once signal flickered back. Abandoned Kenworth off County Road 8, looked suspicious. Beacon flashing. Kept it vague. Didn't mention the GPS or beeps. Peeled out, trailer swaying, glancing in the mirrors to see the thicket receding. But that twisted beep lingered in my ears, haunting. Miles later, safe in a lit-up lot near Wausau, I examined the GPS. The help pin led to a spot with no trails, just dense woods. Old logging territory from the 1800s, where camps had vanished overnight, workers gone without trace. Legends said they went feral, surviving in the thickets, territorial and cunning. I turned it over to the cops anonymous, mail from a post office. Drove on through the night, but sleep evaded me at the motel, that beep replaying in dreams, pulling me back. Weeks passed, but the news hit like a gut punch. The driver, a guy named Frank Ellis from Milwaukee, confirmed missing. Family said his last call mentioned lost signals on the CB, voice shaky. Search parties scoured the area, dogs losing scent at the tree-line, no body found. Cops called it exposure, disorientation from heat. But I knew better. That beacon wasn't mechanical. It was a lure, predatory and patient. The woods in summer pulse with life, green and vibrant, but sometimes that life feels wrong, mimicking to draw you in where no one returns. I quit long haul after, took a desk job dispatching, sticking to concrete and crowds. But balmy nights bring it back. The stale air, the clutching branches, that twisted beep calling from the dark. I hear it sometimes, even now, in the quiet hours, echoing like a promise. Wonder if Frank's out there still, scratching at doors, or if he's become the lure, waiting in the thicket for the next soul to follow the light. The isolation never leaves. It lingers, a shadow, lengthening, unnatural, whispering that one day, it'll claim me too. Story 7. I've been driving trucks for nearly 20 years by that humid July in Maine, hauling everything from lobster traps to lumber through those canopy-shrouded backroads where the forests feel eternal. The pay kept the bills at bay, but the nights chipped away at you, especially on routes like the one off Route 9, snaking through the Allagash wilderness. Trees arched overhead like a living ceiling, leaves so thick they blocked the stars, turning the sky into a void. Humidity clung to everything, making the air feel heavy, breathable soup that fogged the windshield and soaked through my shirt. I'd stop at diners along the way, places with flickering neon and coffee that tasted like tar, where fellow drivers huddled over maps and CB radios, voices low with the weight of the road. Lately, the chatter had turned eerie, stories of missing brethren, transmissions cutting off mid-word like heading north on 9, clear skies, wait, what was? Then static, their rigs found later, personal items scattered as if in haste, photos fluttering in the wind, half-eaten meals cooling on the dash. Old-timers blamed it on the isolation, minds cracking under the endless green, or darker legends of folks gone feral in the deep woods, survivors from old Acadian settlements who'd shunned civilization. I'd sip my joe, nod politely, and climb back into my cab, dismissing it as fatigue-fueled folklore. But deep down, those tales burrowed in, especially on nights like that one, when the dusk settled early and the canopy whispered secrets. The sun had dipped behind the ridges hours ago, leaving a bruised twilight that filtered through the leaves in weak shafts. My load was light, crates of machinery bound for Bangor, so the truck handled the curves easy, but the road felt narrower than usual, branches scraping the mirrors like fingers testing for weakness. I had the windows cracked for air, but all it brought was the thick scent of moss and pine resin, mixed with the faint decay of fallen logs rotting in the understory. The CB was tuned low, picking up snippets from distant haulers complaining about delays or weather, but mostly static, crackling like distant thunder. My mind wandered to home, a small trailer in Millinocket where my sister lived with her kids. She called earlier, voice tight with worry. "Be careful out there, Ray. Those woods, people disappear." I laughed it off, told her I was fine, but her words echoed now, amplified by the solitude. No cell signal out here, just me and the endless tunnel of green, headlights carving a path that seemed to lead nowhere. It started subtle, that murmur, around 8, as the light faded to gray. At first, I thought it was wind rustling the canopy, a soft sigh through the leaves. But then it sharpened. My name, Ray, whispered low and articulate, like a breath from above. I straightened in the seat, hand tightening on the wheel. Exhaustion, I told myself, long hours, bad sleep. I'd pulled a double shift the day before, eyes burning from staring at the dash. I shook my head, cranked the radio for distraction, but the station fizzled to white noise, and the murmur returned, clearer. "Ray, come." My skin prickled despite the heat, a chill crawling up my arms. I scanned the CB channels, figuring interference from the hills, but nothing, just that voice, fading in and out like a signal on the edge. Dismissing it again, I pressed on, sipping tepid water from my bottle, focusing on the yellow line snaking ahead. The canopy rustled overhead, leaves shifting without breeze, casting uneasy shadows on the hood. Miles ticked by, the road dipping into a low stretch where the trees thickened, branches interlacing tighter, blocking even the moon's glow. That's when my beams caught the glint, a rig off the shoulder, hood propped up, tools strewn about on the gravel like they'd been dropped in a hurry. It was an older Volvo, mud splattered from the trails, trailer hitched but empty. No lights on, no driver in sight. My stomach knotted. Breakdowns happened, but out here you wondered. I eased my truck to a stop a ways back, hazards flashing, and killed the engine to listen. The woods answered with quiet, broken only by the distant drip of moisture from leaves. Grabbing my flashlight, a heavy one with a beam that pierced the dark, I stepped out. The air hit heavier, charged with humidity and something else, an unspoken tension that made my steps crunch louder on the gravel. Mosquitoes buzzed around my head, but the usual night chorus was muted, as if the forest held back. Approaching the rig, I swept the light over the scene. Hood up, but no obvious issue. Wires intact, fluid levels fine for what I could see. Tools scattered. Wrench, screwdriver, even a socket set tipped over. The cab door was ajar, creaking wider under my push. Inside, it smelled of sweat and stale coffee. Dash cluttered with wrappers and a half-smoked pack of Marlboros. A journal lay open on the passenger seat, pages dog-eared. I leaned in, reading by flashlight. Routine entries at first, miles logged, stops noted. But then it turned strange, hearing voices from the trees last night, calling names. Thought it was the wind. Saw movement up high, like people in the branches. The last page was torn halfway, words stopping mid-sentence. They're calling again, not alone. A shiver ran through me, the cab feeling smaller, the canopy pressing down from above. I backed out, beam panning the trees. The murmurs grew then, not just my name, but others. Tom Riley, June 15th. Gone. Lisa Grant, July 2nd. Taken. Whispered like a roll call, dates and names of missing drivers I'd heard about on the CB. The voices overlapped, soft but insistent, coming from the canopy above, rustling leaves as if something moved through them. I shone the light up, heart pounding. Leaves parted slight, revealing glimpses. Movement high up, humanoid shapes but elusive, darting between branches like shadows with purpose. Not animals, too deliberate, too upright. My skin crawled, mind flashing to those legends. Feral folk in the treetops, climbing silent, watching from above. Or maybe just squatters, mad from the wild, mimicking voices to lure. Another name whispered, Ray now. The canopy rustled louder, branches creaking like weight shifting. Panic hit like a wave, hot and urgent. I fled back to my truck, boots slipping on gravel, flashlight beam bouncing wild. Slammed the door, locked it, hands fumbling the keys. Engine roared to life just as something thumped the roof. Heavy, deliberate, like a body dropping from above. I gunned it, tires spinning, trailer fishtailing as I peeled out. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig receded into the dark, but the thump echoed, and leaves showered down behind like pursuit. The murmurs followed for miles, faint through the vents or in my head. I couldn't tell, listing more names, more dates, an endless litany of the lost. I didn't stop until a truck lot glowed ahead near Ashland, pulling under the floodlights, engine idling as I caught my breath. Hands shook as I flipped through the journal I grabbed. Wait, had I? It was there on the seat, pages fluttering. I radioed dispatch anonymous once composure returned. Abandoned Volvo off 9. Hood up, looks like trouble. Kept details sparse, didn't want entanglement. Drove on through the night, arriving home at dawn, but sleep came fitful, murmurs invading dreams. Weeks later, safe in a bar with other drivers. I asked around casual. That rig's owner, a vet named Harlan Fisk, had vanished weeks ago. Last transmission cut off midward. Family searching fruitless. Search parties found the truck as I'd seen. Journal gone. Had I taken it? Or had it been left for me? No footprints, no clues up high. Authorities called it a hike gone wrong. Exposure in the canopy. But we knew. The woods amplify secrets in summer, turning murmurs into invitations that lead to silence. I hung up my keys after, took a mill job in town, sticking to pavement and people. But humid July dusks bring it back. The canopies whisper, names rolling like thunder from above. I hear them at night, rustles in the eaves, thumps on the roof that jolt me awake. Were they warnings from the lost, echoing their fate? Or lures, drawing the next into the branches where shapes wait elusive? The fear lingers, a sorrow without end, wondering if my name's next on that roll call, inviting me up into the silence. Story 8. I've been trucking through the Northeast for over a decade by that summer, hauling loads from mills in Quebec down to factories in Massachusetts, routes that wound through the forgotten corners of Vermont where the Green Mountains pressed in like old secrets. The pay was steady, but the isolation gnawed at you, especially on those twilight runs when the evenings stretched long and the shadows deepened early, turning the groves into places where light seemed to hesitate. Humidity hung in the air like a promise of rain that never came, making everything feel heavy, sluggish. I'd stop at roadside diners, the kind with linoleum floors sticky from spilled coffee and locals hunched over plates of hash, their voices low as they swapped tales. Lately, dispatches over the CB had carried warnings. Truckers disappearing on these backroads, logs showing unexplained detours into the woods, as if something had pulled them off course. One guy from Burlington told me over a smoke break about a buddy whose rig was found a mile off the pavement, engine cold, no tracks leading away. The groves take him, he'd said, eyes distant. Old legends say the trees remember the loggers who cleared him wrong, hold grudges. I chuckled, stubbed out my cigarette, and climbed back into my cab, calling it superstition born from too many lonely miles. But as I rolled out that July evening, the words stuck, burrowing like splinters under the skin. The sun was low, casting a golden haze over the canopy as I navigated Route 100 south of Waterbury, where the road dipped into those twilight groves, dense stands of maple and birch that formed natural cathedrals, branches interlacing high above to filter the light into a perpetual dusk. My load was heavy that day, pallets of hardwood strapped tight, making the truck groan on the inclines. Sweat trickled down my back, the cab's AC fighting a losing battle against the heat radiating from the engine. I had the windows cracked, letting in the scent of warm earth and wildflowers, but it carried an undercurrent of something else, musty, like old leaves decaying in shade. The radio sputtered country tunes, fading in and out as the hills interfered, leaving stretches of silence broken only by the hum of tires on asphalt. My mind wandered to home, a small apartment in Montpelier where my ex left messages on the machine, reminding me of alimony and how the kids asked about me. "Drive safe, Pete," her last one had said, voice tired. I hadn't called back. The road didn't leave much room for regrets. Signal was gone anyway, bars dropping to nothing as the grove thickened around me. Unease started small, a prickle at the back of my neck as the light dimmed further, shadows pooling under the trees like ink. Dispatches had mentioned this stretch specifically, detours logged without reason, drivers vanishing mid-haul. I shook it off, lit a cigarette, the flame flickering in the dim cab. But the grove felt different that evening, oppressive, the air thick with an unspoken presence that made the birds fall silent. No deer grazing the shoulders, no rustle of small game in the understory, just the truck's rumble echoing back from the trunks. My headlights flicked on automatic, piercing the twilight and revealing the road ahead in stark white. That's when they caught it, a shape nestled among the trees, off to the right where the shoulder gave way to forest. A truck parked deliberately, not wrecked or broken down, but tucked into the grove as if hidden. It was a Mack, older model, paint faded under a layer of pollen and leaves, as if it had been there longer than made sense. No lights on, no hazards, just sitting there like a relic. My pulse quickened, curiosity mixed with caution. I eased my rig to a stop 100 yards back, hazards flashing orange in the mirrors. Killed the engine, listened. The grove answered with nothing. A stillness so complete it rang in my ears. Grabbed my mag light from the glove box, its weight reassuring in my hand, and stepped out. The air hit cooler here, unnatural for summer, carrying a chill that raised goosebumps despite the sweat drying on my skin. Mosquitoes buzzed lazy, but the usual evening chorus was absent, replaced by a quiet that felt watchful. My boots crunched on fallen twigs as I approached, beams sweeping the ground. The Mac's door was closed but unlocked, creaking open with a groan that echoed too loud. Inside, the cab smelled of stale air and faint diesel. Dash cluttered but orderly. Thermos on the floor, map folded on the seat. No signs of struggle, no blood or mess. But the logbook lay open on the console, pen still capped beside it. I leaned in, reading by flashlight. Normal entries at first, miles ticked off, fuel stops noted. Then, the last one, detour for shadow on road ahead, following to check. The pages after were blank, as if the words had been swallowed. A chill deepened, my breath catching. Shadow? What kind? The grove pressed in around the truck, trees encircling it like sentinels, their roots bulging under the tires as if claiming it. I flipped back through the log, entries growing erratic in the days prior, odd shapes in the trees, feeling watched on this route. The handwriting trembled on the final page. I set the book down, skin crawling, and swept the light outside. Twilight had faded to near dark, stars hidden by the canopy, and the air grew thicker, heavy with that unspoken presence. That's when I sensed it. Eyes from the understory, unblinking and patient, boring into me from the ferns and brambles. Not imagination, a tangible weight, like being sized up by something hidden. I'd heard stories from locals about these groves. Old Vermonters whispering of feral people, hermits descended from Revolutionary War deserters who'd gone wild in the hills, living off the land and guarding their territory with silent vigilance. Or maybe just drifters, broken by life, drawn to the shadows. A rustle started then, faint at first, circling from the left, leaves brushing, twigs snapping soft. I froze, beam darting to the sound. Nothing visible, just undergrowth swaying slight, as if something had passed low and quick. The rustle paused, then resumed from the right, closer now, deliberate like footsteps padding through the brush. My heart hammered, mind racing. Animal? Fox or coyote? But coyotes don't circle like that. Patient and calculated. Another rustle, behind the truck now, closing the loop. The grove felt alive, oppressive air thickening further, making each breath labored. I dropped the logbook, pages fluttering, and backed away slow, lights swinging wild. Shadows danced in the beam, elongated forms that could be trunks or something else, humanoid and still. The eyes persisted, a prickling sensation on my neck, unyielding. Panic bloomed, urging flight. I turned, bolted from my rig, boots pounding gravel, flashlight beam bouncing. Slammed the door, locked it, hands slick on the keys. Engine caught with a roar, and I peeled out, trailer swaying as gravel spat behind. In the mirrors, the grove receded, but it seemed to swallow the abandoned Mac further, shadows pooling deeper as if erasing it. The rustles faded, but the chill lingered in the cab, seeping into my bones. I drove hard, windows up, radio blasting static to drown the quiet. Miles later, when the road climbed out of the lowlands and cell bars flickered back, I pulled into a lit-up gas station, engine idling as I steadied my breath. Coffee in hand, black and bitter, I radioed Dispatch Anonymous. Abandoned Mac in the Grove off 100, logbook open. Might be a missing driver. Kept it vague. Didn't want a hassle of reports or questions. Drove on through the night, delivering my load at dawn. But the Grove haunted my thoughts, that logbook's words looping like a warning. Days blurred after, back on the road, but skirting that stretch when I could. Then the news trickled in via CB chatter. The driver of that Mac, a local named Elias Thorne, listed missing for over a week. Family had reported him overdue. Last contact a routine check-in before the detour. Search parties combed the grove, dogs and volunteers, but found only the truck, logbook intact with that final entry matching my route exactly. No footprints leading away, no signs in the understory. Authorities chalked it up to disorientation, perhaps a stroke, sending him wandering into the woods, lost to exposure. But the truckers knew better. We'd heard the legends of those twilight groves, places where time bent strange, logbooks left as breadcrumbs for the unwary. Elias had a wife, kids. Photos in the local paper showed them hollow-eyed, pleading for closure that wouldn't come. I quit the long haul soon after, took a local delivery gig, sticking to highways where the lights chase the shadows. But summer evenings bring it back, the twilight stretching long, groves whispering from the tree-line. I feel those eyes sometimes, unblinking from my backyard brush, rustles circling in the quiet hours. The woods hold groves where shadows linger, detours unexplained, logbooks as silent testaments. Was it feral watchers, patient in the understory, or the grove itself, bending time to claim its due? The unease never fades, a sorrow without resolution, leaving me to wonder if my own log will end mid-sentence, following a shadow into the dark where no one follows. Story 9. I've been trucking across the Midwest for what felt like half my life by that sweltering August, hauling freight from Duluth down to the Twin Cities and back, routes that cut through the humid depths of Minnesota's northern woodlands where the pines and birches crowd the roads like silent crowds. The money kept the lights on, but the nights eroded something in you, especially in summer when the heat refused to break and the air buzzed constant with cicadas, masking the subtler sounds that might warn a man of trouble. I'd pull into those dimly lit rest stops along Highway 169, places with flickering vending machines and coffee that tasted like regret, where other drivers gathered to stretch their legs and trade warnings over smokes. The grapevine was alive with talk of vanishings, signals flickering out on the CB, rigs found abandoned with radios tuned to dead channels, dashboards littered with untouched thermoses and half-scribbled logs. One old-timer from Bemidji swore he'd known two guys personally who'd gone silent mid-transmission, their trucks discovered deep in the thickets, doors ajar, but no footprints leading away. The depths get him, he'd mutter, eyes scanning the tree line. Feral folks out there, living off the grid since the logging days, or maybe just the woods playing tricks. I'd nod, crush my cigarette under my boot, and climb back into my cab, chalking it up to road-weary minds spinning yarns. But on nights like that one, when the humidity pressed in like a living thing, those stories clung, whispering doubts I couldn't shake. The sun had set hours ago, leaving a sticky darkness that the moon barely pierced through the canopy. I was running a load of steel coils south from a mill near Grand Rapids, the truck's suspension groaning under the weight as I navigated the winding Tulane blacktop, flanked by endless forest. The air conditioner wheezed lukewarm blasts, doing little against the sweat trickling down my temples, and I cracked the windows for relief, letting the symphony of cicadas that drowned out everything else. No radio signal out here, just static hissing from the speakers like breath from hidden lungs. My CB was quiet too, no chatter from a few haulers who braved these roads after dark. Isolation wrapped around me tight, the kind that amplifies every creak of the cab and flicker of shadow in the mirrors. I thought about my brother back in St. Cloud, how we'd argued last time I visited, him pushing me to find local work away from these godforsaken stretches. "Those woods ain't right, Mike," he'd said, voice low over beer. "Too many go in and don't come out." I'd brushed it off, told him I was built for the long haul, but now, with the depths darkening around me, his words echoed louder than the engine. It started with my own signal wavering, the GPS on the dash glitching, screen flickering like it was losing hold. I tapped it, figuring satellite interference from the hills, but then the CB sparked, static surging before settling into an uneven hiss. Unease stirred low in my gut. I'd ignored the rumors, But out here, alone, doubt crept in. Miles ticked by, the road dipping into a low-lying stretch where the trees thickened, their trunks vanishing into humid gloom. That's when I saw the flicker ahead. Weak pulses through the underbrush, like a semi's hazards struggling against the dark. Not steady, but erratic, casting faint orange glows on the leaves. My high beams caught the outline. A rig pulled off into a narrow turnout, half hidden by ferns and low branches, as if it had veered sudden and stopped. I eased my truck to the shoulder a safe distance back, hazards on, and sat there idling, heart picking up a notch. Breakdown? Or one of those vanishings playing out? The cicadas buzzed on, oblivious, but the air felt heavier, the depths pressing in as if the woods breathed slow and deep. I grabbed my flashlight, a heavy-duty one with a beam that cut sharp, and stepped out. The humidity hit like a wall, clinging to my skin, carrying the earthy tang of moss and wet bark. Mosquitoes swarmed immediate, but the subtler sounds were absent. No rustle of wind, no distant owl calls, just that weak pulsing from the hazards, painting the scene in strobes. My boots sank slight into the soft earth as I approached on foot, beams sweeping the ground for anything off. The semi was a Peterbilt, mud spattered from the trails, trailer empty like it had just dropped a load. Doors closed, but the engine was off, exhaust pipe cool to the touch. I called out, "Hey, you all right?" Voice flat in the thick air, swallowed quick by the trees. No answer. The cab window showed empty seats, but the hazards kept flickering, drawing me closer like a lure. The driver's door unlatched easy, creaking open to reveal a cab frozen in time. A flannel jacket slung over the passenger seat, water bottle tipped on its side, dribbling onto the floor mat. The radio hissed static, volume low but insistent, interspersed with garbled words, fragments like in the depths, can't find way out, repeating faint, distorted as if from far off. Chills rippled despite the sweat. I twisted the knob, but it stuck on that channel, the voice looping eerie. On the seat, a map unfolded, creased and marked with red circles. Areas deep in the woods labeled signals lost, lines trailing off the roads into unmarked green. Notes scrawled in the margins, flickers in trees, heard beeps, followed. The handwriting grew, shaky toward the end. My mind raced. Rumors made flesh. Had he chased a signal, wandered into the depths? I'd heard tales from locals about these woodlands, remnants of old fur trapper camps where men went mad from the isolation, turning feral, surviving in the shadows, and mimicking calls to draw others in. Or maybe just lost souls, disoriented by the humidity and endless green, circling until the woods claimed them. The air grew stifling, humidity pressing in as the depths darkened further, twilight giving way to full night. Cicadas buzzed louder, but underneath a subtle shift, the woods seeming to inhale, branches creaking soft without wind. I shone the flashlight out the door, beam piercing the underbrush. Flickers caught, reflections off leaves, or eyes, low and steady, vanishing when the light hit direct. Not deer, too still, too many. The hair on my arm stood, a primal warning. The radio hissed again, garbled plea cutting through, depths out. Then from my own truck back on the road, a signal beeped urgent, the CB or GPS alarm. It pierced the quiet, jolting me. Panic surged, hot and instinctive. I bolted from the cab, leaving the doors swinging, flashlight beam bouncing wild as I ran. The depths tugged at my heels, or so it felt, rustles chasing from the trees, footsteps, or just the cicadas masking them. Branches snagged my shirt, leaves brushing like hands, the air thickening as if resisting my escape. I slammed into my cab, locked the door, hands fumbling the ignition. Engine roared, and I gunned it, tires spinning dirt as I pulled away. In the mirrors, the flickering hazards receded, swallowed by the gloom. But the beeps echoed in my head, urgent and false. Miles blurred, the road climbing out of the lowlands, humidity easing as I hit open stretches. I didn't stop until a truck plaza glowed ahead near Cloquet, pulling under the harsh fluorescence, engine ticking cool as I sat there, breath ragged. Coffee from the machine burned my tongue, but it grounded me. I radioed dispatch anonymous once composure returned. Abandoned Peterbilt off 169, hazards on, radio hissing. Check for driver. No details, didn't want the spotlight. Drove on through the night. Load delivered at dawn, but the depths lingered in my thoughts. That map's circles burning like eyes. Weeks passed, runs blending into routine, but the news filtered through the grapevine. That driver, a veteran named Lyle Harlan from up near International Falls, joined the missing list official. Family had reported him overdue. Last contact, a garbled CB about signals in the woods. Search teams scoured the area, helicopters and dogs, but found only the rig. Map intact with those labels. Radio still tuned to static. No body, no trail into the depths. Authorities pegged it as heat stroke. Disorientation leading him astray, lost to the bogs, or exposure. But us truckers whispered otherwise. Another vanishing, pulled by flickering lures into the humid veil where signals led to oblivion. Lyle had kin, a daughter posting pleas online, face etched with the grief I knew too well from my own losses. I switched to day shifts after, avoiding the northern routes when I could, sticking to interstates where the woods receded. But August nights bring it back. The humidity rising, cicadas buzzing masks over settler calls. I hear beeps in the quiet hours, see flickers in the yard's tree lean. Reflections? Or eyes, patient in the depths? Summer's veil hides it well, that tug into the green where men wander and don't return. Was it feral shadows mimicking signals? Or the woods themselves, breathing life into illusions that draw you deep? The confusion never settles, a sorrow that grips without release, leaving me to scan the mirrors on every run, wondering if the next flicker will be my own, leading to silence in the humid oblivion. Story 10. That sultry summer midnight in the New Hampshire woods still wakes me up some nights, sweat-soaked and heart racing, the memory clinging like the humidity that refused to break. I've been running loads up and down the East Coast for 15 years by then, my old Kenworth is second home on wheels, hauling everything from produce to machinery through routes that most folks avoided after dark. The pay was good enough to keep me away from my little place in Concord more often than not, but those wooded stretches along Route 302 near Crawford Notch always set me on edge. Curves that twisted like secrets untold, flanked by dense pines and hardwoods that swallowed the light and sound alike. Summer heat made it worse, turning the cab into a steam bath even at midnight, sweat dripping down my back as I gripped the wheel. I'd stop at those quiet pull-offs or diners when I could, places where other truckers gathered under yellow lights, nursing coffee and sharing the kind of stories that kept you awake. Lately, the talk had circled around missing drivers, good men who'd last reported from these very curves, voices steady on the CB 1 minute, then gone the next, rigs found abandoned with engines cold and doors open. One driver from Vermont swore his partner's last words were about something standing in the road, before the signal cut to static. Folks blamed fatigue, animals, or worse, whispers of feral people hiding in the White Mountains, holdouts from old logging families gone wild, watching the roads with patient eyes. I'd shake my head, mutter about overactive imaginations, and hit the road again. But alone in the dark, those stories echoed, twisting like the curves themselves. The moon was thin that night, a sliver barely filtering through the canopy, leaving the asphalt a black ribbon winding through shadow. My headlights carved tunnels ahead, illuminating sharp bends where the forest pressed close, branches scraping the trailer like fingernails on metal. The AC had given out days before, so windows down let in the thick night air, heavy with pine resin and the faint rot of moss-covered rocks. Cicadas droned in the trees, a constant hum that blended with the engine's rumble, masking subtler noises. I'd tuned the radio to a faint country station out of Littleton, songs about lost highways fitting the mood, but static crept in on the curves, breaking the music into fragments. Isolation settled deep. No other traffic for hours, cell signal long gone, just me and the road snaking through the mountains. My mind drifted to my daughter back home, She'd left a voicemail earlier, voice bright but edged with worry. "Dad, promise you'll take it easy on those mountain roads." I meant to call back from a stop, but deadlines pushed me on. The curves demanded focus anyway, each one sharper than the last, guardrails sporadic and rusted. Unease built slow, the way it does on long hauls, a prickling awareness that the woods were too quiet beneath the cicadas, the air too still. Stories replayed in my head, drivers pausing at a curve for a break or to check a map, then vanishing, their last reports mentioning figures or eyes from the tree lane. I dismissed it again, lit a cigarette to steady my nerves, the flame briefly illuminating the cab. But as I rounded another bend, my beams caught something, a figure on the roadside, motionless beside a parked rig, standing just at the edge of the light. Tall, indistinct in the shadows. No wave or signal, just staring straight ahead as if waiting. My foot eased off the gas, truck slowing instinctive. The rig was a Freightliner, hazards off, pulled neat to the shoulder like a deliberate stop. No driver visible through the windshield, but that figure, clothed in dark, featureless from distance, didn't move, didn't acknowledge my approach. Curiosity and caution warred as I pulled over a ways back, hazards flashing. Killed the engine, listened. The cicadas continued, but the woods felt hushed around us. Grabbed my flashlight, heavy and reassuring, and stepped out. The heat hit immediate, sultry air wrapping around me, but a chill undercut it, raising hairs on my arms. "Hey, you need help," I called, voice echoing off the curves. No response from the figure. It stood frozen, head turned toward the empty rig. My beam swept the scene as I approached cautious. The truck's door ajar, cab light off, but papers visible inside. The figure remained peripheral, silent watcher unmoving, like a statue placed there. Up close, the rig showed signs of recent use. Engine ticking cool, mud on the tires fresh from the road. I climbed the step, shone the light in, empty, bunk made, a half-eaten apple browning on the dash. Then the note, taped to the steering wheel in hurried scrawl. "Watcher won't let me leave." Standing there. "Can't go." My blood ran cold, the words sinking in like ice despite the heat. I backed out slow, beam darting to the figure. It hadn't shifted, still motionless on the roadside, but now facing me direct, features lost in shadow. No eyes visible, yet I felt the stare, heavy and unblinking. Panic flickered low. Stories flooded back. Silent watchers on the curves, figures that appeared to lone drivers, holding them in place until... What? Feral guardians of the mountains? Or lost souls themselves, trapping others in their fate? A rustle came from the trees, then, faint but close, like something shifting just out of sight. The watcher didn't react, but the air thickened, curves looming darker ahead. I retreated to my truck, steps quickening, that stare burning into my back. Slammed the door, locked it, engine roaring as I threw into gear. Accelerated hard, curves blurring as I navigated blind in spots, tires squealing on the twists. Glanced in the mirrors. The figure persisted in glimpses, standing at each bend, as if relocated, silent and relentless. Not running, not walking, just there, watching from the roadside, claiming the pauses. Heart pounded, sweat stinging my eyes. I pushed faster, the road a maze of secrets, woods concealing whatever followed. Dawn broke eventual, gray light filtering through as I hit straighter stretches near Franconia, pulling into a lot with other rigs, safety in numbers. Hands shook as I radioed authorities anonymous. Abandoned Freightliner on 302, note inside, figure nearby. Check it. Drove on, but the watcher haunted the mirrors for miles, fading only with full light. Later, reports confirmed. The driver, a man named Curtis Hale from Massachusetts, missing, family frantic, last known on that route. Searchers found the rig. Note intact, but no watcher, no traces in the woods. Cops called it abandonment, perhaps mental break. But I knew. The curves conceal silent watchers, claiming those who pause too long. I quit night runs after, stuck to daylight and main highways. But sultry midnights bring it back, the twists in dreams, a figure motionless in the beams, staring silent. I feel watched still on quiet roads or in my driveway at dark, glimpses in the periphery that vanish when I turn. Were they feral sentinels or echoes of the claimed? Holding vigil, the dread lingers, a confusion laced with sorrow for Curtis and the others, wondering if one pause too many will bring the watcher for me, silent on the curve, never letting go. Story 11. That summer in Idaho's backwoods still feels like a fever I can't shake, the kind of heat that builds all day and lingers into the night, turning the air thick and the boundaries between road and forest blurry. I've been hauling freight across the Northwest for going on 18 years. My Peterbilt, a reliable old beast that knew these routes better than I did sometimes. The run that night was from a warehouse in Coeur d'Alene down to Boise, a load of canned goods strapped tight. Nothing special. Just another paycheck to send home to my boy in Spokane, who was growing up faster than I could keep up with from the road. Summer nights in those parts were deceptive. The sun dipped behind the Bitterroots early, but the warmth hung on, drifting mist rising from the rivers and creeks to swallow the low spots whole. I'd pull over at those scatter truck stops when I could, places with gravel lots and vending machines that half-worked, where drivers like me gathered to stretch and talk. The stories had been circulating for months. Lost convoys, they called them. Truckers seeing taillights ahead on foggy stretches, falling in line like it was natural, only to have the lead rig drift off the road and vanish. No CB response, no wreckage, just empty cabs found later, manifests noting odd things like following lights or herd calls. Folks blamed it on exhaustion, mirages from the heat, or darker tales of people living wild in the woods. Remnants of old mining families gone feral, luring travelers with tricks of the mist. I'd listen, nod, and climb back in, figuring it was just the isolation talking. But alone on the highway, with the mist starting to curl across the asphalt, those stories took root. The mist began subtle that evening. Wisps at first along Highway 95 south of Moscow, where the road cuts through endless pine and cedar, the trees crowding close like they were listening. My headlights pushed through it, turning the world ahead into a hazy tunnel, red taillights of any vehicle ahead glowing like beacons. The cab was warm, sweat beating on my forehead despite the fan blowing full, and I cracked the windows to let in the night air, damp, scented with wet earth and resin. The radio had faded to static miles back, and the CB was quiet, no friendly breakers cutting the silence. Isolation pressed in, the kind that makes you talk to yourself just to hear a human voice. My boy had texted earlier from a spot with signal. "Dad, be careful in the fog tonight." I'd replied quick, "Always am, kiddo," but now as the mist thickened, his worry echoed mine. The road dipped into a valley, the drifting veil rising higher, blurring the edges where pavement met forest. That's when I spotted them, taillights ahead, a string of 3 or 4 semis moving steady. Hazards off, but close enough to follow safely in the soup. Relief washed over me. Convoys were gold in bad visibility, a lifeline of shared sight. I eased in behind the last one, close enough to see the mud flaps swaying, but no markings I recognized. Keyed the mic. "This is northbound hauler. Thanks for the lead, boys. Visibility's crap back here. Static. Tried again, different channels. Nothing. Odd, but not unheard of. Some guys ran silent to save batteries or just prefer the quiet." The lead rig signaled a slow, veering slight as the road curved, taillights winking through the mist like invitations. We moved as one, a lost convoy cutting through the blur, and for a while it felt right, safety in numbers, the hum of engines sinking like a heartbeat. But the mist deepened, drifting thicker, swallowing the shoulders until the world narrowed to those red lights ahead. The lead rig slowed further, then veered off. Not a turnout, just a faint gravel track I'd never noticed disappearing into the trees. One by one, the others followed, taillights fading into the haze. Hesitation gripped me. Wrong way, off route, but in the mist, boundaries blurred, and the pull was strong like joining was the only sane choice. I followed, tires crunching onto the track, forest closing in immediate, branches scraping the sides soft like whispers. The convoy ahead dissolved, lights dimming until only the lead remained. Then it too vanished, mist swallowing whole. My GPS glitched, screen spinning lost, and unease turned to dread. Where the hell were we? The track opened slight into a clearing, mist swirling lazy, and there sat the lead rig, cab empty, door ajar, engine ticking cool. No sign of the others, like they'd never been. I pulled up slow, hazards on, and killed the engine. The silence hit heavy, cicadas muted by the veil, no wind stirring the trees. Stepped out cautious, boots sinking into damp earth, flashlight beam cutting weak through the haze. The air clung cold now, unnatural in summer, carrying a faint rot beneath the pine. "Hey, anyone here?" Voice muffled, drifting back distorted. Approached the cab, manifest on the seat, open to a note scrawled hurried. Missed calls. Following convoy. A family photo tucked in the visor, driver smiling with wife and kids, faces eerie in the dim. Chills rippled. This was no breakdown. The mist thickened around me, drifting shapes forming at the edges, tall, indistinct like rigs or figures waiting patient. Whispers started then, soft through the vents or the haze itself. Convoy calls, CB handles murmured low. "Fall in. Safe here. Join us." Names I recognized from the grapevine. Missing drivers' voices overlapping faint, luring. The shapes shifted, whispering closer, mist clinging like regret, tugging at my sleeves. Panic surged. I reversed hard, trailer jackknifing slight as I backed on the track. Mist pursuing thick. Drove blind. Horns blaring occasional to clear illusions, the whispers fading slow behind. Dawn found me on the main road again, mist burned off by sun, pulling into a lot shaking. Radioed anonymous. Abandoned rig off 95, deep in woods. Check manifests. The driver, a family man named Ron Whitaker, added to the missing list. Last call mentioning convoy in the fog, family devastated. I avoid those valleys now, stick to clear nights. But drifting mist brings it back. Taillights and dreams, whispers calling to join. Summer's veil hides perils unseen. Lures of lost convoys drawing you off where boundaries blur forever. Was it feral tricksters, or the mist itself, claiming with voices of the gone? The sorrow lingers for Ron and the others, a fear that one foggy night, I'll follow those lights again, drifting into the haze with no return. Story 12. I remember that summer like it was etched into the bark of those old oaks, the kind that twist up from the earth in the heart of the Appalachians, their roots clutching at secrets buried deep. It was late June, and I'd taken a week off from my job at the mill in Harlan County, Kentucky, figuring I'd clear my head with a solo drive through the backroads of the Blue Ridge. My old pickup rattled along those winding paths, the ones that snake through valleys where the sun barely touches the ground before noon. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and every so often, I'd pull over at an overlook to stretch my legs, listen to the wind whispering through the leaves. But that day, something fell off from the start, a heaviness in the air, like the mountains were holding their breath. I'd heard the stories growing up, the kind folks tell around campfires or in hushed tones at the local diner. Tales of feral people lurking in the hollows, descendants of miners who'd gone mad from the isolation, or worse, old legends of spirits that mimic voices to lure wanderers off the path. They called them the callers, or something like that. Echoes that sound like a lost child or a friend in distress, drawing you deeper into the woods until the trail fades and you're never seen again. I always dismissed them as tall tales, the sort meant to scare kids from straying too far. But driving through those summer shadows, where the canopy overhead turned daylight into a dim, flickering haze, I couldn't shake the unease. The radio crackled with static, no stations coming in clear, just fragments of old country songs that sounded mournful and distant. It was around mid-afternoon when I spotted the rig. I was on a forgotten spur off the main highway, one of those gravel roads that lead to trailheads barely marked on maps. The truck was a big semi, the kind haulers use for long-distance runs, parked haphazardly at the edge of a pullout. Its cab was empty, the door slightly ajar, as if the driver had stepped out in a hurry. No one around, just the hum of insects and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. I pulled up behind it, figuring maybe the guy was taking a leak or stretching his legs on the trail. But something about it nagged at me. The engine was still warm when I touched the hood, ticking softly like it hadn't been off long. And there was no sign of life, no footprints leading away, just the faint outline of a path disappearing into the trees. Curiosity got the better of me. I hollered out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice bounced off the ridges, coming back distorted, almost like a mockery. No answer. I approached the cab, peering through the window. Inside, it was a mess of fast food wrappers, empty coffee cups, and a CB radio dangling from its mount. On the passenger seat lay a crumpled trail map, the kind you pick up at gas stations, with handwritten notes scrawled in the margins. I shouldn't have, but I opened the door just to check if the keys were there, maybe leave a note or something. The map caught my eye immediately. It showed the local trails, but one was circled in red, a faint dotted line veering off the main path, labeled in shaky handwriting, "Faint Path Voices." Below it, a scribbled note, "Heard them calling. Don't follow." My skin prickled. Who writes something like that? I sat there in the cab for a minute, unfolding the map fully. The truck smelled of stale, sweat, and diesel, and the silence outside was pressing in, broken only by the distant call of a crow. I'd heard similar whispers before, truckers going missing on these routes, their rigs found abandoned, trails that seemed to shift with the seasons. Locals blamed it on the summer shadows, those long, lazy afternoons where the light plays tricks, stretching forms into unnatural shapes. They said the mountains had a way of claiming folks, especially outsiders who didn't respect the land. I folded the map back up, telling myself it was nothing, probably just some bored driver's doodle. But as I stepped out, the shadows had lengthened, the sun dipping lower behind the peaks, turning the forest into a tapestry of dark greens and blacks. That's when I heard it. Faint at first, like a murmur carried on the breeze, a voice, or what sounded like one. "Help! Over here!" It was muffled, indistinct, coming from the direction of that faint trail. I froze, heart thudding in my chest. It could have been the wind, or maybe an animal, but it had that human edge, desperate and pleading. I called out again, "Who's there?" No response, just the echo of my own words fading away. The trailhead was right there, overgrown with ferns and vines, barely visible unless you knew to look. Against my better judgment, I took a few steps toward it, flashlight from my glove box in hand, though the light was still decent. The path was narrow, roots snaking across the dirt like veins, and the trees closed in quick, blocking out the sky. I didn't go far, maybe 100 yards, telling myself I was just checking for the driver. The air grew cooler, damper, with that musty smell of decaying leaves. And the voices, they came again, clearer this time. "Please help me." It sounded like a man, hoarse and pained, maybe injured. My mind raced. Could be the trucker slipped and hurt himself. But something felt wrong. The calls didn't seem to get closer as I walked, just echoed around me, bouncing off the trunks. I stopped, shining the light ahead. The trail faded into nothing, just thick underbrush and shadows that seemed to pulse with the fading light. No sign of anyone. A chill ran down my spine, the kind that makes you question if you're alone. I turned back, quickening my pace, but the path behind me looked different, twisted somehow like the trees had shifted. Back at the truck, the sun was lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the gravel like fingers reaching out. I climbed into my pickup, hands shaking as I turned the key. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out, kicking up dust. In the rearview mirror, I glanced back. The rig sat there, unmoving, but the shadows around it seemed deeper, almost alive. As I drove, the road wound higher, the forest pressing in on both sides. That's when the calls started again, faint but insistent, like they were following me. "Wait, don't leave." I cranked the radio, but it was all static, interspersed with what sounded like whispers. My mirrors caught glimpses, shapes in the trees, darting just out of sight, or maybe it was my imagination running wild. The drive back to the highway felt endless. Every curve brought a new wave of dread, the kind that settles in your gut and won't let go. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see something pursuing me. Feral eyes in the undergrowth, or worse, the outline of figures shambling after. The stories flooded back. Old-timers talking about the lost ones, people who'd followed those faint trails and never returned, their voices joining the chorus to lure others. By the time I hit pavement, sweat soaked my shirt, and my hands ached from gripping the wheel. I stopped at the first gas station I found, a rundown place with flickering lights, and told the attendant about the rig. He just nodded, unsurprised. "Happens sometimes," he said, spitting tobacco juice. "Mountains take what they want." I called the sheriff from there, gave them the location. They found the truck, all right, empty, just like I'd said. No driver, no tracks, nothing. The map was gone too, as if it had never been there. And when they checked the trailhead, no sign of that faint path, just solid woods, impenetrable. The official report called it a missing person case, probably wandered off and got lost. But I know better. Those summer shadows hide things, trails that appear and vanish, voices that pull you in. I don't drive those back roads anymore. Even now, years later, when the sun dips low and the light turns golden, I hear them sometimes. Faint calls in the wind, whispering my name, waiting for me to follow. That night, back in my motel room in Harlan, I couldn't sleep. The walls felt too thin, the darkness outside too vast. I'd locked the door, drawn the curtains, but every creak of the building sounded like footsteps approaching. I replayed the day in my head over and over. The empty cab, the map's warning, those pleading voices. What if I'd gone further? What if the driver had followed them, step by step, until the trail swallowed him whole? The Appalachians are full of forgotten places, hollows where time slows and the line between real and unreal blurs. Folks disappear every year. Hikers, hunters, truckers like that one. Search parties comb the woods, but they come back empty-handed, muttering about how the land changes, how paths you swore were there yesterday are gone today. I tried to shake it off the next morning, packing up early and heading home. The drive was quiet, too quiet, with the radio still sputtering nonsense. But as I crested a ridge, glancing in the mirror, I saw it, a shadow, elongated and unnatural, flickering in the tree line behind me. I floored the gas, heart pounding, but it kept pace for a mile or two, or maybe it was just the play of light. By the time I reached the interstate, it was gone. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. That evening, back in my house, I heard the first whisper, soft, from the backyard where the woods encroach. "Come back." I told myself it was the neighbor's kid or the wind through the pines. But deep down I knew. Weeks turned into months, and the calls didn't stop. They'd come at dusk, when the shadows lengthened across the lawn. Faint at first, then clearer, like someone lost and desperate. I'd stand at the window, peering out, but see nothing. Friends noticed I was jumpy, asked if I was all right. I brushed it off, said work was stressing me. But one night it got bad. Rain pounded the roof, thunder rumbling like distant artillery. I was in bed, half asleep, when a voice cut through. "Help me. Please." Right outside the window. I bolted up, grabbed my shotgun from the closet. The backyard was a sea of mud and darkness. Flashlight beam slicing through the downpour. Nothing there. But in the morning, footprints, bare, human-sized, leading from the woods to my door and back again. I started researching then, digging into old newspapers and online forums. Stories like mine dotted the records. A logger in West Virginia who heard calls and vanished. A family in Tennessee whose cabin was surrounded by whispers until they fled. Truckers on the Blue Ridge Parkway reporting rigs abandoned with maps marking voice paths. Some claimed it was feral people, survivors gone wild, mimicking sound to hunt or scare off intruders. Others said it was the mountains themselves, alive with the echoes of the dead. Miners crushed in collapses, settlers lost to starvation, their spirits trapped and calling out. Whatever it was, it felt real, grounded in the dirt and stone of these hills. No ghosts or monsters, just the unrelenting pull of isolation, the way the forest can twist your mind until you're not sure what's out there and what's in your head. I moved after that, to a city apartment far from the trees. But the calls followed, subtler now, Echoes in alleyways, murmurs in crowds. Last week, walking home late, I heard again, follow the path. Clear as day, from a shadowed doorway. I quickened my step, didn't look back. Sleep comes hard these days, filled with dreams of that faint trail, winding deeper into summer shadows where voices wait. I wonder about the driver, if he's out there still, part of the chorus now, luring others like me. The mountains don't forget, and neither do I. Every shadow holds a secret, every whisper a warning. And sometimes, in the quiet hours, I feel the urge to answer, to step back into those woods and see where the path leads. But I resist, knowing that once you follow, there's no coming back. The faint trails to nowhere are always there, hidden in the light, waiting for the shadows to claim you. Story 13. I remember that summer in the Shenandoah Valley like a scar that never quite heals, the kind hidden under your skin but aching when the weather turns. I'd grown up in those parts of Virginia, where the Appalachians fold in on themselves like an old quilt, dense with green that swallows the light. Back then, I was working odd jobs, hauling lumber mostly, and I'd taken a detour through the backwoods to clear my head after a rough breakup. The roads there are narrow, twisting through what folks call the verdant maze, miles of overgrown forest where the trees press, so close you can barely see the sky. It was mid-July, hot and humid, the air thick with the buzz of cicadas and the sweet rot of fallen leaves. Everything felt hushed, like the mountains were listening, waiting for you to make a sound. I'd always been drawn to those quiet drives, the ones where you lose cell service and the world shrinks to just you and the truck. My old Ford rattled over roots and ruts, the radio fading to static hours ago. I stopped at a pull-off to stretch, yelling out a hello just to hear my voice bounce back, something I did as a kid to chase away the loneliness. "Hey," I shouted and waited. The echo came, but it was wrong. Muffled, almost pleading, "Help." I froze, chalking it up to the wind or my imagination. But when I tried again, "Anyone there?" It returned as a whisper, "There, please." A chill prickled my neck despite the heat. I'd heard the old stories from my granddad, tales of the woods playing tricks, echoes that weren't your own. He called them hushed echoes, remnants of folks who'd gotten lost in a maze, their cries trapped in the valleys forever. Missing hikers, hunters, even drivers who'd veered off the main routes. Lore said the forest was a trap, verdant walls that shifted, leading you in circles until you joined the chorus. I shook it off, got back in the truck, and kept driving. The path narrowed, branches scraping the sides like fingers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in patches, turning the undergrowth into a labyrinth of shadows and green. That's when I spotted the rig, a semi-truck, parked in a small clearing that looked like it hadn't seen traffic in years. The engine was off, but the hood was warm, like it had just stopped. No driver in sight. I pulled up, figuring maybe the guy was relieving himself or wandering for a signal. "Hello," I called, and again, the echo twisted. "Hello. Come here." It sounded closer, almost inviting. Unease settled in my gut, but curiosity won. I approached the cab, door unlocked, interior smelling of coffee and sweat. Papers scattered on the dash, a half-eaten sandwich molding on the seat. And there, on the console, a small digital recorder, the kind truckers use for logs. I picked it up, hit play. A man's voice, rough and tired. Mile marker unknown. Wood's getting thicker. Heard my echo, but it's not mine. Saying things. Pleading. Gotta turn back. Static crackled. Then more. Echoes not mine. They're calling me in. The recording cut off. My hands trembled as I set it down. Who leaves something like that? I glanced around the clearing. The trees encircling it like a wall, vines twisting up trunks, leaves so dense it felt like a cage. The lore flooded back. Stories of drivers vanishing in these parts. Their trucks found empty, as if the maze had swallowed them. Granddad said it was the isolation that did it, the way the hush drives you mad. Makes you hear things that pull you deeper. Feral people, maybe survivors from old mining camps, mimicking sounds to lure prey. Or just the land itself, ancient and unforgiving, echoing the lost to trap the living. The sun dipped lower, stretching shadows across the grass. I decided to leave a note, But as I rummaged for paper, the echoes started again. "Help! Over here!" Faint from the edge of the woods. I stepped out, scanning the tree line. Nothing, but the plea repeated, softer, like a whisper in my ear. My heart picked up pace. I yelled back, "Where are you?" And the response, "In here." It wasn't my voice anymore. Deeper, desperate. I backed toward my truck, but the clearing felt smaller, the trees closer. Was that possible? The verdant walls seemed to lean in, branches rustling without wind. Panic bubbled up, slow at first like sap rising. I climbed into my cab, turned the key. Engine sputtered, then caught. As I reversed, the echoes circled, "Don't go, stay," coming from all sides now. Hushed pleas overlapping. I hit the gas, tires spinning on loose dirt, barreling back the way I came. The path twisted, narrower than before, roots grabbing at the undercarriage. In the mirrors, the rig shrank, but the echoes followed, bouncing off the trees like they were alive. "Please, help me." I cranked the windows up, blasted the heater for noise, but it seeped through. Miles blurred, the forest a green blur, until I burst onto a paved road. The sounds faded, leaving only my ragged breathing. I drove straight to a ranger station in the valley, spilling the story to a grizzled officer. He nodded, unsurprised. "Happens," he said, chewing a toothpick. "Woods play tricks. We'll check it out." They did, found the rig empty. No recorder, no signs of struggle. Driver reported missing by his company. Last check-in matching the time. But the clearing? It said the path led nowhere, just thick brush. No maze, no echoes. Official line, disoriented, wandered off. That should have been the end, but the hushed echoes didn't stop. Back home in my trailer on the edge of town, where the woods creep up to the yard, they'd come at twilight. Soft at first, like wind through leaves, come back. I'd freeze, listening, telling myself it was nothing. But nights grew worse. I'd wake to pleas outside the window. "Help! In here!" Footprints in the mud sometimes, bare and uneven, circling the house before vanishing into the trees. I started sleeping with lights on, shotgun loaded. Friends noticed, said I looked haunted, asked if I was using again. I wasn't. It was the maze, the verdant hush that followed me. I researched online, forums full of similar tales. A camper in West Virginia hearing his name echoed wrong. Vanishing days later. A logger in Pennsylvania finding an abandoned ATV with a note about false echoes. Some blamed feral clans, hidden in the hollows, using sounds to disorient and hunt. Others said it was psychological, the isolation breeding hallucinations that feel real as bone. One evening, as summer waned, I sat on the porch with a beer, staring into the darkening woods. The hush fell heavy, broken only by distant thunder. Then it came, "Join us, please," clearer than before from the tree line. I stood, heart hammering, and shouted back, "Who are you?" The echo returned altered. Yes. A shape flickered in the shadows, tall, ragged, or maybe just branches swaying. I retreated inside, bolted the door. That night, dreams plagued me, wandering the maze, verdant walls closing, echoes pulling me deeper until I was one of them, my voice hushed and pleading. I woke sweating, the silence deafening. I moved after that, to a city apartment in Richmond, concrete and noise to drown it out. But echoes find ways, subway murmurs sounding like pleas, alley winds whispering names. Last month, walking home late, it hit, "Help, maze." From a storm drain, hushed and wet. I hurried on, didn't look. Sleep evades me now, filled with the green labyrinth, the rig's recorder looping in my mind. What happened to that driver? Is he out there, trapped in the hush, his echoes not his own? The Appalachians hold their secrets tight, verdant mazes concealing traps that snare the unwary. I avoid the woods, but sometimes in quiet moments, I feel the pull, to return, to follow the pleas, and see what's calling. The summer's hush lingers, concealing echoing traps that wait for anyone foolish enough to listen. Months dragged on, and the echoes became part of my routine, like a shadow you can't shake. I'd hear them in crowded places, a plea woven in a traffic noise, a whisper in the grocery store home. Doctors called it tinnitus or PTSD, prescribed pills that dulled the edges but didn't silence them. I quit driving altogether, took a desk job staring at screens, but the verdant maze haunted my thoughts. I'd sketch maps from memory, try to pinpoint that clearing, only to crumple them in frustration. Online, I connected with others, survivors of similar encounters, their stories mirroring mine. Altered echoes, abandoned vehicles, a sense of being hunted by the hush itself. One guy from Kentucky swore he saw figures in the trees, feral and silent, eyes reflecting like animals. They mimicked to lure, he wrote. Once you answer, you're marked. It culminated one stormy night in my apartment. Rain lashed the windows, wind howling like distant calls. I was reading an old book on Appalachian folklore when the power flickered. In the brief darkness, a voice, "Here, help," from inside the room. I jumped, flashlight app on my phone sweeping corners. Nothing. But the echo persisted, circling. Maze, join. I grabbed my keys, fled to the car, drove aimlessly through the city. By dawn, it faded, but the fear clung. I reported it anonymously to forums, warning others about the hushed echoes in the woods. Responses poured in: sympathy, skepticism, more tales. A woman in Tennessee found a camper van with a journal entry. Echoes circling, not mine. Trap. Her brother never returned. I wonder now if it's the land's way of reclaiming what's lost. The verdant hush of veil over ancient grievances, forgotten settlements. Mine collapses, burying souls alive, their cries echoing eternal. Or maybe it's us, our isolation amplifying the dread until we create our own traps. Either way, the pleas persist, faint but insistent, drawing me back in dreams where the maze awaits. I resist, but the confusion gnaws. Was it real, or did the hush break something in me? The driver, the rig, the recorder, all gone, hushed into legend. Summer's verdant hush conceals more than we know, echoing traps that linger long after you escape, leaving you gripped by sorrow for the lost and fear that you're next. The echoes have quieted lately, but not vanished. They come in whispers now, at the edge of hearing, pleading for company in the maze. I've taken to long walks in parks, testing the air with shouts, waiting for the return. So far, normal. But deep down, I know the verdant walls wait, patient and green, ready to close if I stray too far. The Appalachians don't forgive intrusions. They echo them back, altered and eternal. And in that lingering hush, I feel the sorrow of the driver, of all the missing. Their pleas a reminder that some traps you never fully escape. You just carry them with you, hushed echoes in the maze of your mind. Story 14. I remember that summer night in the Smoky Mountains like a bad dream that clings to you long after waking. The kind where the details blur, but the fear stays sharp. I've been hauling logs out of eastern Tennessee for years, knowing those winding roads through the Appalachians better than the lines on my palms. The job kept me on the move, especially at night when the highways cleared out and the cool air made the drive bearable. But that particular run, from Gatlinburg up through the back hollows toward North Carolina, felt different from the start. The moon was full, casting a silvery glow over the treetops, but down on the ground, everything was swallowed in shadow. The forest pressed in close, vines draping from branches like forgotten laundry, rustling softly in the breeze. I'd heard the old-timers talk about nocturnal vines, how they seemed to come alive after dark, pulling at things that didn't belong. I always laughed it off, superstition from folks who'd spent too many nights alone in the cab. The road was narrow, barely 2 lanes, with drop-offs on one side and sheer rock on the other. My rig grumbled along, headlights cutting through the mist that always seemed to rise after sunset. I had the windows cracked for the fresh air, smelling of pine and damp earth. But there was something else underneath, a faint, musty odor like rotting vegetation. Around midnight, I felt the first tug. It was subtle, like the truck had hit a pothole, but the road was smooth. I glanced in the mirrors, saw nothing but darkness trailing behind. Shook my head, blamed it on fatigue. I've been pushing hard that week, skipping sleep to make quotas. But then it came again, stronger, a pull on the passenger side. as if something had snagged the fender. I slowed, peering out, but the vines along the shoulder looked still, just hanging there innocent-like. I pulled over at a wide spot, engine idling, and stepped out with my flashlight. The beam swept over the undercarriage. Nothing caught, no branches or debris. But as I knelt down, I heard it, a soft rustle like leaves shifting coming from the woods. Not the wind, too rhythmic, too deliberate. I called out, "Who's there?" My voice echoed back hollow, unanswered. Unease prickled my skin, the isolation hitting hard. These mountains are full of forgotten places, hollows where cell service dies and help is hours away. Folks go missing every season, hunters, hikers, even truckers like me. The locals whisper about feral people, descendants of moonshiners who'd retreated deeper into the wilds, surviving on what they could snare. Or worse, forest legends of the land itself turning against intruders, vines and roots ensnaring the unwary. I climbed back in, locked the doors, and kept driving, radio tuned to static for company. A few miles on, the pulls got worse. The truck lurched left, then right like invisible hands yanking the wheel. I fought to keep it straight, sweat beading on my forehead. "What the hell?" I muttered, slowing to a crawl. That's when my lights caught it, a glint of metal ahead, off the road in a small clearing choked with overgrowth. Another rig, a semi like mine, but older, its trailer sagging under vines that wrapped around it like a cocoon. The cab was tilted, doors scratched with deep gouges, as if something had tried to pry them open. No lights, no signs of life. My stomach knotted. I'd heard tales of missing truckers, their loads abandoned mid-route, vehicles claimed by the forest overnight. One story stuck with me. A driver out of Kentucky found wrapped in vines, babbling about pulls in the night before he vanished from the hospital. I parked a safe distance away, grabbed my crowbar from the toolbox, better safe than sorry, and approached on foot. The rustle was louder here, a constant whisper from the underbrush. The air felt heavier, thick with that rotting smell. Up close, the truck was a mess. Vines thick, thorny ones I'd never seen so aggressive, coiled around the tires, up the sides, even threading through the grille. The driver's door was ajar, pull marks etched into the paint, deep enough to expose metal. I shone the light inside. Paper scattered, a thermos tipped over, and on the dash, a logbook flipped open. I leaned in, careful not to touch anything, and read the last entry in shaky scrawl. Vines pulling in. Can't shake them. Doors won't hold. If found, tell Mary I'm sorry. My blood ran cold. Who was this guy? How long had he been here? The log was dated just 2 days prior. The rustle intensified, circling the clearing. I backed away, crowbar raised, heart pounding slow and heavy. Something moved in the periphery. A vine, a shifting, or a shadow. I couldn't tell. The legends flooded back. Granddad's stories of nocturnal vines, awakened by summer warmth, reaching out in the dark to drag things into the earth. Not alive, not really, just the forest's way of reclaiming, pulling at the weak, the isolated. Survival out here meant respecting that, not lingering. But as I turned to leave, I felt it, a tug on my boot. Looking down, a thin vine had looped around my ankle, thorns pricking through the leather. I yanked free, but it held fast, pulling me off balance. Panic surged, creeping in like fog. I swung the crowbar, severing it with a wet snap. Green sap oozed, smelling bitter. Back in my truck, I revved the engine, but the pulls were on me now. Vines snaking up the wheels, rustling against the undercarriage. I floored it, tires spinning, breaking free with a jolt that rattled my teeth. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig receded, but the vines seemed to reach after, tendrils waving in the headlight glow. The road ahead blurred with mist, the rustle following like a whisper in my ear. I didn't stop until dawn broke over the ridges, pulling into a truck stop in Asheville, hands shaking as I clutched a coffee. I called the sheriff, gave them the location. They found the truck, all right, vine-wrapped, logbook intact. But no driver, no tracks leading away. Just pull marks everywhere, as if he'd been dragged out. Official report, probable animal attack or disorientation. But I knew better. The vines don't hunt, they pull, unseen and patient. That night changed me. I quit long haul soon after, took a local route where the woods stay at bay, but the pull lingers. At home in my cabin on the outskirts of town, where the forest creeps close, I'd hear the rustle after dark, soft, insistent, like fingers tapping the window. I'd check outside, find vines inching up the porch rails overnight, thorns leaving scratches on the door. One morning, I woke to a thin tendril wrapped around the bedpost, severed and dripping sap. I burned it, but the smell haunted the room for days. Friends say I'm paranoid, jumping at shadows. Maybe, but the isolation sticks, the dread of those summer nights when the mountains awaken. Months passed, and I try to forget, burying myself in routine. But drives through the hollows bring it back. The faint tug on the wheel, the rustle in the leaves. I researched quietly. Old newspapers yellowed with similar accounts. A hunter in West Virginia ensnared in vines, found days later dehydrated and raving. A family in Virginia whose cabin was overgrown in a single night, doors pulled ajar. Some blame feral folk, using vines as traps to snare passersby for whatever twisted reasons. Others say it's the land's memory, roots and tendrils remembering old grievances, clear-cut forests, poisoned streams, pulling back what's owed. Grounded fears, plausible in the quiet hours when logic frays. One evening, as autumn chilled the air, I sat by the fire, logbook from that night in my lap. I'd taken a photo before leaving. The words stared back, vines pulling in. A rustle outside, louder than before. I grabbed my axe, stepped onto the porch. The vines had thickened, coiling up the steps, reaching toward the door. I hacked them away, sap spraying, but for every one cut, another seemed to stir. In the distance, through the trees, I swear I saw a movement, a figure, ragged and still, or just branches in the wind. I retreated inside, barred the door, but the pull was there, tugging at my thoughts. I moved after that, to a townhouse in Knoxville, away from the woods. Concrete and streetlights to keep the nocturnal at bay. But echoes remain, vines sprouting in cracks overnight. Rustles in the alley mimicking the forest. Last week, parking my car, I felt a subtle yank on the bumper. Glancing down, a stray vine from a nearby planter, thorns glinting. I cut it free, but the scratch on my hand ached still. What became of that driver? Is he out there, pulled into the undergrowth, part of the rustle now? The Appalachians hold their secrets in tangled roots, unseen pulls that awaken on summer nights. I avoid the backroads, but the dread lingers, a quiet sorrow for the missing, confusion over what's real and what's the mind bending under isolation. The vines wait, patient and unchecked, ready to reach again when the shadows lengthen. And sometimes in the still hours, I feel that tug, wondering if I'll ever break free. Story 15. I remember that humid summer night in the Allegheny Mountains like a wound that festers in the heat. The kind that starts as a scratch but spreads until it consumes you. I've been running deliveries out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for a small trucking company, hauling freight through those twisting backroads that cut through West Virginia's panhandle. The Appalachians, they're unforgiving, dense forests where the pines tower like sentinels, their needles carpeting the ground in a perpetual hush. It was late August, the air thick and sticky, carrying that lingering scent of pine that clings to everything, masking the rot beneath. I'd always found comfort in those drives, the isolation of balm after days in the city noise. But that night, the scent was stronger, almost oppressive, like the woods were breathing it out on purpose. The road was empty, just my headlights piercing the fog that rolled in from the valleys. My rig grumbled along, the CB radio silent except for the occasional crackle. I cracked the window for some air, and that's when it hit me. The pine, sharp and fresh, but with an undercurrent of something absent, like a void where other smells should be. No earthiness, no hint of rain-soaked soil, just pine overwhelming everything. I shook it off, figured it was the humidity playing tricks, amplifying the forest breath. Folks around here talk about the absences, old legends of spots in the woods where things go missing. Not just people, but sounds, scents, even the sense of time. Truckers whisper about routes plagued by them. where drivers vanish mid-haul, their rigs found empty, as if the mountains had inhaled them whole. I dismissed it as road lore, the kind born from too many lonely miles. Around 2 a.m., the scent grew thicker, seeping into the cab like smoke. My eyes watered, nose tingling. Up ahead, my beams caught a glint. Another rig pulled off into a gravel turnout half swallowed by overgrowth. It was a semi, similar to mine, but older with a faded logo on the side. No lights on, engine silent. I slowed, pulling in behind it, figuring the driver might need help. Flat tire, breakdown, something mundane. The pine was everywhere now, coating my tongue, making the air feel heavy. I called out as I stepped down, "Hey, you all right?" No answer, just the soft drip of condensation from leaves. The turnout was ringed by pines, their branches drooping low, needles blanketing the ground like a green shroud. Approaching the cab, the scent intensified, almost dizzying. The door was unlocked, swinging open with a creak. Inside, it was empty, no driver, no gear scattered like someone had stepped out quick. But the pine needles, they were everywhere, piled on the seats, dashboard, even crunching underfoot on the floor mats. Not just a few blown in, handfuls, as if the forest had reached inside. The key was still in the ignition, turn off, and the gauges showed the tank half full. On the passenger seat, a crumpled note in smudged ink, sent draws deeper. "Don't follow." My skin crawled. Who leaves a message like that? I pocketed it, telling myself it was a prank or delirium scribble. But the cab felt wrong. Too still, like the absence of a driver had left a hole in the air. I shone my flashlight around, the beam cutting through the humid haze. Footprints led from the door into the woods, faint impressions in the needle-strewn dirt, disappearing after a few yards. The legends rushed back, absences that lure with familiar scents, pulling folks off the path into hollows where the pines grow thickest. Granddad used to say the mountains remember the old coal towns, swallowed by collapses, their emptiness echoing out. Or feral people, hidden clans surviving in the wilds, using scents to disorient and draw prey. Plausible enough in these parts. Search parties find bones sometimes, picked clean with no clear cause. I hollered again. "Anyone out there?" The words fell flat, absorbed by the trees, no echo returning. A chill settled then, despite the humidity, a lingering cold that started in my gut and spread. It wasn't the temperature, it was the feeling of absence, like the woods were watching, waiting for me to fill the void. I backed away, climbing into my truck, but the pine scent followed, stronger inside now, as if it had latched on. Engine roared to life, and I peeled out, gravel spitting. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig faded into the mist, but the chill clung, and the scent. It pursued, wafting through the vents no matter how I sealed them. The road twisted ahead, the pines closing in, their needles whispering against the windows. Miles blurred, the humidity pressing like a weight. I tried the radio, static, then fragments of a voice, muffled and distant, deeper. My heart stuttered, probably interference, but it sounded like a plea, absent of hope. The note burned in my pocket. I stopped at a diner near dawn. The fluorescent lights, a stark contrast to the night. The waitress, an older woman with tired eyes, listened to my story over coffee. Absences, she nodded, unsurprised. Happens on those routes. Scent pulls him in, leaves the rest hollow. She mentioned a driver from last summer. Rig found similar, pine needles and all. Never seen again. Sheriff called it exposure, but locals knew better. They investigated, found the truck, needles intact, note gone like I'd imagined it. Driver reported missing, last log matching the time. No footprints, no signs. Official line, wandered off, disoriented by heat. But I felt it, the lingering absence, a void that followed me home to my apartment in the foothills. The pine scent lingered in my clothes, my truck, even after washing. Nights grew humid again, and with them, the chill returned, seeping under doors. I'd wake to the smell, strong and fresh, and a sense of something missing. My keys misplaced, shadows where light should be. Weeks turned to months, the absences plaguing my thoughts. I drive local now, avoiding the back roads, but the scent would hit sudden, drawing memories deeper. Research dug up more. Articles on missing persons in the Alleghenies, forums with truckers sharing tales of luring smells leading to empty clearings. One post detailed a feral sighting, ragged figures in the pines, silent and watchful, perhaps using natural scents to mask their approach. Or just the forest's way. Eternal pines veiling the voids where the lost accumulate. Grounded fears, born of isolation that warps the mind. One humid evening, as summer faded, I sat on my porch, the woods encroaching. The pine hit hard, and with it a whisper of absence, my breath catching like part of me was being pulled. I stood, drawn to the tree lean, flashlight in hand. Needles crunched underfoot, the scent guiding deeper. A chill wrapped around, the air hollow. I stopped, heart pounding, and fled back, but the void lingered, a sorrow for the absent driver, confusion over what draws us in. I moved after, to the city bustle, concrete to block the green. But since find ways, pine air fresheners triggering chills, humid nights bringing whispers. Last month, in a parking garage, the smell enveloped me, and for a moment, absence felt close, like I could step into it. What veils those voids? The eternal pine, masking the pulls that claim the unwary. I avoid the woods, but the lingering grips, a quiet fear that the absences wait, ready to draw me deeper on some humid night. And in that sorrow, I wonder if the driver found peace in the veil, or if his absence echoes, luring still. The humid nights persist in my dreams, where the pine scent leads me back to that turnout, the rig waiting empty. I'd approach again, note in hand, feeling the chill deepen. Footsteps in the needles, mine or another's. The absences feel real then, plausible voids born of the mountain solitude. Friends notice my distance, the way I flinch at forest smells. I brush it off, but the pursuit continues, scents in crowds, chills and warmth. One night, storm raging outside my urban window, the pine infiltrated, strong and absent. I rose, drawn to the glass, peering into rain-swept streets. A figure below, ragged, still, or just a tree shadow. The chill settled, lingering. I turned away, but the void tugged, a sorrowful pull. The driver's fate haunts, absent, yet eternal in the legends. Summer's veils lift slowly, revealing the absences that never truly fade. Years now, and the scent returns unbidden, masking the everyday with its absence. I've taken walks in parks, testing the air, waiting for the chill. So far, nothing. But deep in the Appalachians, the pines stand eternal, their lingering breath concealing the voids that claim souls. Isolation breeds such dread, unexplainable yet gripping. The routes still plague, drivers vanishing, scents luring. I carry the note's warning, folded and faded, a reminder of the pull. In quiet moments, confusion reigns. Was it real, or the mind's fracture under humidity's weight? The sorrow lingers for the absent, their echoes in the pine. And sometimes, on humid nights, I feel it, the veil thinning, the scent drawing deeper, leaving me to wonder if I'll follow, becoming part of the eternal absence. The woods wait, patient and veiled, their lingering sense a trap for the isolated heart. Story 16. I remember that summer in the Ozark Mountains like a fever dream that never quite breaks, the kind where the heat warps everything and leaves you questioning what was real. I'd grown up in those Arkansas hollows where the Appalachians bleed into the Ozarks, dense with oak and hickory that choke out the sky. Back then, I was working as a park maintenance guy, clearing trails and checking remote campsites for the Forest Service. The job suited me, solitude in the woods, away from the noise of town. But that July, the air hung heavy with humidity, and the nights brought a strange dim glow to hidden clearings, the kind locals whispered about in diners. They'd say the mountains had traps, spots where the light played tricks, drawing folks in like moths. Missing hikers, hunters, even truckers who'd strayed off logging roads. I figured it was just bioluminescence or swamp gas, nothing more. Until that night shifted everything. The day had been sweltering, sun baking the dirt paths until they cracked like old leather. I finished my rounds late, my old Jeep bouncing over ruts as I headed back to the ranger station. The radio sputtered country tunes, fading in and out with the terrain. As dusk settled, the forest took on that summer hush, cicadas winding down, replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl. I took a shortcut through a lesser-known stretch, one of those overgrown lanes that loggers used back in the day. The headlights caught glimmers through the trees, faint at first like distant lanterns. I slowed, curiosity peaked. The glow was dim, unnatural for that hour, pulsing softly from a hidden clearing off to the side. I'd heard tales from old-timers about these spots, clearings that appeared where none should be, glowing to lure the curious. Forest legend spoke of feral people using fires or lights to trap wanderers, survivors from forgotten mining camps gone wild. Or worse, the land itself, echoing absences with eerie lures. I pulled over, engine idling, and killed the lights to see better. The glow persisted, steady and inviting, drawing my eyes like a beacon. No sounds, just the tick of cooling metal and my own breathing. Against better judgment, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out, the humid air wrapping around me like a damp cloth. The path to the clearing was faint, overgrown with ferns and vines, but the dim light guided me forward. Pine scent mixed with something metallic, sharp in my nostrils. As I pushed through the underbrush, the clearing opened up, a small meadow, ringed by trees that seemed to lean in. And there, in the center, a rig, a semi-truck, parked crookedly, its cab emitting that soft glow from within. No engine running, no one around. The trailer was loaded with logs, sagging slightly as if abandoned mid-haul. My heart picked up a notch, the isolation pressing in. These mountains swallow people whole. Search parties come back empty-handed more often than not. I called out, "Hello? You need help?" My voice fell flat, absorbed by the foliage. No reply. The glow flickered faintly, like a dying bulb, but steady enough to cast shadows across the grass. I approached slowly, boots crunching on dry leaves. Up close, the truck looked weathered, mud splattered from backroads. The driver's door was ajar, and the glow spilled out, illuminating the interior in a pale wash. Empty. No keys in the ignition, but the dash lights were on, dim and unwavering. Papers scattered on the seat, a coffee cup tipped over, staining the floor mat. And on the logbook, open to the last page, a scrawled entry, glow calls. Follow to here. Can't leave. The handwriting trailed off, shaky. A chill crept up my spine, despite the warm night. What kind of call? The legends flooded back. Grandma's stories of dim glows in the woods, traps set by the feral ones, folks who'd shunned society and now lurked in the shadows, using lights to disorient and ensnare. Survival meant steering clear, but here I was drawn in. I scanned the clearing, flashlight beam sweeping the edges. That's when I saw them. Dim figures just beyond the tree line. Tall, ragged silhouettes still as statues. Not moving but watching. My breath caught. Could be trees, tricks of the light, but they had that human outline, hunched and silent. Eerie sounds started then, soft rustles, like feet shifting in leaves, circling the perimeter. No calls, no threats, just the unexplainable dread building slow, like sap rising. I backed toward the Jeep, keeping the light on the figures. One shifted slightly, or maybe it was the wind. The glow from the cab seemed brighter now, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I fumbled for my keys, the rustles growing closer, deliberate. Slamming the door, I turned the ignition. Engine coughed, then roared. I dimmed my headlights, hoping to blend into the dark, and floored it back down the path. Branches scraped the sides like claws, and in the rear view, the glow lingered, figures edging into the clearing. The road twisted, the forest closing behind, but the dread clung, a weight in my chest. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway, pulling into a gas station lot under harsh fluorescence. Hands shaking, I called the sheriff from a payphone, cell service body out there. Told them about the rig, the glow, the figures. They sent a deputy, found the truck all right, empty, logbook intact. But no glow. They said, must have been the battery dying. Figures? Just shadows. Driver reported missing by his dispatcher. Last contact hours before. Search turned up nothing. No tracks, no signs of struggle. Official report. Possible foul play or disorientation. But I knew the clearings were traps, hidden spots where the mountains claim their own. That night haunted me. Back in my cabin on the edge of town, where the woods pressed close, the dim glow started appearing in my dreams, calling, pulling me back. I'd wake sweating, the rustles outside my window, sounding too real. Mornings, I'd find footprints in the dirt, bare, uneven, circling the porch before vanishing into the trees. Friends noticed I was jumpy, avoiding the deep woods. I quit the Forest Service job, took something in town, but the unexplainable dread followed. Humid nights brought its strongest, the scent of damp earth, the faint glow at the tree lean, like eyes watching. Months dragged, and I delved into the lore, poring over old books and online forums. Stories mirrored mine. A camper in Missouri spotting a dim light in a clearing, finding an abandoned tent with notes about the call. A hunter in Kentucky drawn to a glow, seeing figures that vanished at dawn, his dog never the same. Some blamed feral clans, isolated families gone savage, using lanterns or phosphorescent bait to lure prey for food or worse. Others said it was the land's memory, old battlegrounds or mine shafts where souls lingered, their essence manifesting as glows to trap the living. Grounded, plausible in the quiet isolation that breeds such fears. No monsters, just the slow erosion of sanity in the vast, unforgiving green. One evening, as fall chilled the air, I sat by the fire, the log entry photocopied in my lap. The glow calls, a rustle outside, then a dim light flickering through the curtains. I froze, heart thudding, peering out, the clearing beyond my yard. Usually dark, held a soft pulse, figures silhouetted at the edge. I dimmed the lamps, backed away, but the pull was there, urging me to follow. I barricaded the door, spent the night wide-eyed, listening to the eerie sound circle. I moved after that to an apartment in Little Rock, city lights to drown the shadows. But the glow persists, reflections in windows mimicking it, street lamps dimming unnaturally. Last week, driving home late, a side road caught my eye, a hidden path with a faint luminescence. I swerved away, but the confusion gnaws. Was it real, or the mind fracturing under dread? The driver's absence sorrows me, wondering if he's out there, part of the figures now, his glow calling others. Years on, the summer hides those dim glows and clearings, traps waiting patient. I avoid the backwoods, but the unexplainable tugs, a lingering fear that the mountains remember. In quiet hours, I feel it, the call, soft and dim, leaving me gripped by sorrow for the lost, confusion over the unseen. The figures wait, rustling in hidden spots, their glow eternal in the Appalachian night. And sometimes I wonder if escaping was just delaying the inevitable pull. Story 17. I remember that summer evening in the Cumberland Mountains like a whisper that never fades, the kind that starts soft but burrows into your bones over time. I've been trucking through eastern Kentucky for a decade, hauling coal from the mines down to the rail yards, knowing those winding roads like the veins on the back of my hand. The Appalachians have a way about them. Isolated stretches where the trees crowd the asphalt, and the only company is the hum of your engine and the occasional deer eyeing you from the brush. It was mid-July, the air heavy with the threat of storms, and the woodland breeze carried that subtle shift, the one folks around here mutter about in bars after dark. They'd say it was the mountains breathing, warning of things to come, but I always chalked it up to weather patterns, nothing more. Until that night, when the shifts turned misleading and the breeze seemed to carry secrets from the hollows. The day had dragged on hot and still, the sun dipping low behind the ridges, painting the sky in bruised purples. My rig rumbled along a back route off Highway 119, one of those forgotten lanes that shortcuts through the woods to shave off miles. The radio crackled with static, no stations holding steady in the valleys. I rolled down the window for some relief. And that's when the breeze picked up, subtle at first, a cool finger brushing my arm, carrying the scent of wild honeysuckle and damp earth. It felt off, though, like it was coming from the wrong direction against the lay of the land. Old-timers in the truck stops talked about these shifts preceding vanishings, hikers, loggers, even drivers who'd pulled over and never pulled out again. Forest legends painted them as lures, the wind misleading you off the path into traps set by feral people. Those shadowy figures said to roam the wilds, descendants of families who'd fled into the hills during hard times and never come back. Survival out here meant ignoring the whispers, sticking to your route. But as the breeze strengthened, rustling the leaves overhead, I couldn't shake the unease settling in my gut. Around twilight, the shifts grew more pronounced. The truck swayed slightly, like a gust had nudged it sideways, but the trees barely stirred. I gripped the wheel tighter, eyes scanning the roadside. Up ahead, my headlights caught something, a rig similar to mine, parked at an odd angle in a pull-out half overgrown with kudzu. It looked like it had been shifted there, tires dug into the soft shoulder as if dragged. No lights on, no smoke from the exhaust. I slowed, pulling in behind it, figuring the driver might be in trouble. Engine failure, maybe, or catching a nap. The breeze encircled the spot, subtle gusts swirling dust around my boots as I stepped out. "Hey, you okay in there?" I hollered, my voice carrying strangely, almost muffled by the wind. No answer, just the eerie sound of branches creaking, like the forest was sighing. The air felt thicker here, the breeze carrying a chill that didn't match the humid evening. I approached the cab, flashlight beam slicing through the gathering dark. The door was unlocked, swinging open easy. Inside, it was empty, no driver, but the keys dangled from the ignition, and a half-smoked cigarette smoldered in the ashtray, like he'd just stepped away. Papers littered the floor, maps with routes scratched out. And on the seat, a worn diary, pages fluttering in the breeze that seeped through the cracks. I picked it up, shouldn't have, but curiosity's a hard thing to kill. The last entry, dated that day, read in hurried scrawl, "Breeze shifts path. Leading me off. Can't trust the wind. If you find this, turn back." My skin prickled. Who writes that? The legends rushed in. Stories of breezes that mislead, shifting directions to disorient, luring folks deeper into the woods with a feral wait, silent and watchful. I set the diary down, glancing around the clearing. The gusts picked up, encircling me now, subtle but insistent, pushing at my back like gentle hands guiding. The trees rustled unevenly, sounds that mimicked footsteps crunching leaves. Was it a shadow moving in the underbrush? Or just the wind playing tricks? The dread built slow, creeping up my spine like ivy on a forgotten cabin. These mountains are full of unexplainable things. Cabins abandoned mid-meal, eerie sounds at night that draw you out. Granddad used to tell a miner who followed a shifting breeze during a storm. Vanished without trace, his pickaxe found miles away. Isolation does that, warps the mind until every gust feels like a warning, every rustle a threat. I backed out of the cab, the breeze tugging at my shirt, almost playful. "This ain't right," I muttered, hurrying to my truck. As I climbed in, the gust strengthened, rocking the rig side to side. I turned the key, engine roaring, and peeled out, tires spinning on loose gravel. In the mirrors, the abandoned truck receded, but the breeze followed, whistling through the vents, carrying that same honeysuckle scent mixed with something sharper, like decay. The road ahead seemed to shift subtly. Curves I'd sworn were straight, now bending wrong, the breeze misleading my sense of direction. I fought the wheel, heart pounding steady, the eerie sounds of wind through trees sounding like whispers, urging me to stop, to turn back. Miles stretched, the night deepening, stars hidden by the canopy. The shifts persisted, gusts buffeting the truck like they were trying to push me off the path. I remembered more tales, feral sightings in these parts, ragged figures glimpsed at dusk, surviving on what they could scavenge or snare. Maybe they used the wind somehow, or perhaps it was the land itself, ancient and resentful, its breezes ensnaring the unwary. Plausible enough when you're alone, the realism of it gripping tighter than any ghost story. I resisted, kept driving, but the confusion set in. Which way was out? The breeze unchanged, always subtle, always there. I burst onto the main highway around midnight, the gusts fading as lights from a distant town appeared. I pulled into a truck stop, hands trembling as I clutched a coffee, spilling half. The attendant, a grizzled vet with a faded tattoo, listened to my ramble. Shifting breezes, he nodded, unsurprised. Takes them every summer. Driver before you, same route gone. Sheriff got called, found the rig, diary intact. But no driver, no footprints leading away. Vanished, they said, likely wandered off in the heat. But I felt it, the subtle shifts lingering like the mountains hadn't let go. That was the start. Back home, my trailer nestled against the woods. The breezes came at eve, carrying warnings I couldn't ignore. I'd sit on the porch, feeling the subtle gusts encircle, rustling leaves like unseen hands. One night, it got bad, a strong shift rocking the chairs, and in the distance a figure at the tree or maybe just swaying branches. I resisted, stayed inside, but the dread built, unexplainable and real. Sleep brought dreams of shifted paths, breezes leading me deeper into hollows where cabins stood empty, feral eyes watching from the dark. Weeks blurred, the isolation weighing heavier. I quit long haul, took local jobs, but the summer eves brought it back, the woodland breeze shifting, misleading my steps even in town. Research turned up more, old newspapers with vanishings tied to windy nights, forums where survivors spoke of gusts that encircled, drawing them near clearings where sounds mimicked lost loved ones. Some blamed feral clans, using weather patterns to their advantage, herding prey like wolves. Others said it was psychological, the breeze amplifying fears until you ensnared yourself. Grounded horror, the kind that grips emotionally, leaving sorrow for the vanished. One humid evening, as thunder grumbled distant, the breeze returned strong, shifting around my home like it was searching. I stepped out, resisting the pull, but felt it, the subtle gusts tugging, carrying whispers of names. I drove on that night, aimless, but the wind followed, unchanged. I moved eventually to a city flat far from the trees, concrete to block the woodland breath. But shifts find ways, drafts through vents on summer eves, subtle and ensnaring. Years now, and the driver haunts my thoughts. Vanished, perhaps part of the breeze now, his warnings carried on. The confusion lingers. Was it the wind, or something in us that shifts? The Appalachians hold their secrets in subtle gusts, forest legends alive in the isolation. I avoid those roads, but the dread persists, a quiet sorrow for the ensnared, fear that one eve the breeze will shift just right, and I'll follow. The summer breezes remain, unchanged and subtle, waiting to mislead again. And in that lingering pull, I wonder if resistance is just delaying the vanish. The nights grow longer in memory, each eve a reminder of that shifted rig, the diary's plea. I'd replay it, the way the gusts encircled, the eerie sounds building tension like a storm brewing slow. Survival meant driving on, but the emotional grip tightens, disturbing realism in the unexplainable. Friends see the change, the way I flinch at wind through windows, but I say nothing. The woodland breeze carries on, shifting subtly to ensnare those who listen too close. In quiet hours, the confusion deepens. Was it feral people, hidden in cabins long forgotten, or the mountains themselves, their breezes a legend born of dread? The vanishings continue, reports trickling in of rigs found empty, paths shifted. I carry the diary's page, folded and worn, a talisman against the pull. But on humid summer eves, when the air stirs wrong, I feel it, the subtle shift, carrying warnings I can't heed. The sorrow builds for the driver, absent yet present in every gust. Isolation breeds such fears, plausible and gripping, leaving no closure, just the lingering sense that the breeze waits, unchanged, to encircle once more. And sometimes I I resist less, wondering what lies in the shift. Story 18. I remember that summer moon hanging low over the Nantahala Forest in western North Carolina, like a watchful eye, casting pale light through the canopy that made the ancient roots look like veins pulsing beneath the earth. I'd been logging in those parts for years, hauling timber from the deep hollows where the Appalachians twist into knots of green and shadow. The job kept me isolated, days blending into nights with only the rumble of my truck and the whisper of wind through the leaves for company. But that July, the heat had baked the ground hard, and the roots, those massive, gnarled things that clawed up from the soil, seemed restless, like they were stirring after a long sleep. Folks in the nearby towns talked about it in hushed tones at the general store, old legends of the mountain's roots claiming what was theirs, pulling down cabins and wanderers alike into the dirt. I dismissed it as superstition, the kind born from too many winters alone, until that night when the quiet pulse started, vibrating up through my boots and into my bones. The day had been long, sweat-soaked hours chaining logs under a relentless sun. I decided to take the old fire road back to my cabin, a shortcut through the densest part of the woods where cell service died and the trees pressed close like silent sentinels. The moon was full, turning the path into a silver ribbon snaking between the ridges. My truck jostled overexposed roots that crisscrossed the dirt like forgotten snares. That's when I felt it first, a subtle tremor, quiet and rhythmic, like the earth had a heartbeat. It vibrated the steering wheel, faint enough to blame on a loose axle or the engine idling rough. But as I drove deeper, it grew, pulsing up from below, making the cab hum. The air thickened with the scent of turned soil, earthy and ancient, like something long buried was waking. I slowed, scanning the roadside. Up ahead, my headlights caught the outline of another rig, a logging truck parked awkwardly in a small turnout choked with underbrush. It looked like it had been there a while, tires half sunk into soft ground, but the hood was still warm when I pulled up and touched it. No driver in sight, just the quiet pulse echoing through the metal, vibrating my palm. Unease settled in my chest, slow and creeping, the isolation amplifying every rustle in the leaves. These mountains are full of stories. Feral people lurking in the hollows, descendants of settlers who'd gone mad from the solitude, surviving by scavenging what the forest provided. Or worse, legends of the roots themselves, ancient networks that shifted under moonlit nights, claiming the unwary in quiet tremors. Granddad used to say the Appalachians remembered the old wounds, clear cuts and mines that scar the land. And sometimes they reached back. I called out, "Hey, you all right?" My voice bounced off the trunks, coming back distorted, almost swallowed. No answer, just the eerie sound of roots creaking nearby, like they were stretching in the breeze. I approached the cab, flashlight beam jittering from the pulse underfoot. The door creaked open, unlocked, and inside it was a mess, tools scattered, a thermos rolling on the floor with each subtle tremor. Pine needles and dirt clumped on the seats, as if the ground had risen up. On the dash, a logbook lay open, pages smudged with soil. The last entry in shaky handwriting. Pulse from below. Roots stirring. Can't shake it. Truck won't move. My throat tightened. Who was this guy? A fellow logger, maybe caught out after dark. The pulse intensified then, a quiet vibration that made my teeth chatter, like the earth was breathing beneath me. I glanced down. The ground around the truck was uneven, roots emerging from the dirt like fingers probing the air. Not moving, not really, but shifting subtly with the tremor coiling around the axles. It could have been settling soil, the weight of the rig pressing down, but in that moment, it felt alive, ancient, and deliberate. The dread built gradual, a chill spreading from my feet upward, despite the warm night. Survival in these woods meant knowing when to walk away, but curiosity held me. I shone the light further into the cab. No blood, no signs of struggle, just that log entry staring back. The legends flooded my mind, tales of drivers vanishing on these routes, their trucks found entangled in roots that seemed to grow overnight, claimed by the forest's quiet revenge. Feral sightings added to it. Ragged figures seen near uprooted trees, perhaps using the tremors to their advantage, herding the disoriented into traps. A stronger pulse hit then, the truck shuddering, and I stumbled back. The roots stirred, quiet tremor rippling through the earth, making pebbles dance. Eerie sounds followed, deep groans from below, like wood splitting slow, roots twisting in the dark. My heart thudded in rhythm, the unexplainable dread gripping tighter. Was it an earthquake? Some underground shift? Or something older? The mountain's pulse awakening under the summer moon. I backed toward my truck, the ground pulsing beneath my boots, each step feeling like it sank a little deeper. The air hummed with it now, a low vibration that set my nerves on edge. I climbed in, turned the key. Engine caught on the first try, thank God, and gunned it out of there, tires spinning, kicking up dirt, and snapping small roots. The fire road twisted ahead, the pulse echoing in the cab, vibrating the mirrors. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see the abandoned rig swallowed by the earth, roots coiling up like snares. The woods closed in, branches scraping the roof, and the eerie creaks followed, sounds that mimicked footsteps racing alongside. Isolation hit hard then, miles from help, the moon filtering through leaves and ghostly patches. I remembered more stories, cabins in the hollows where roots had burst through floors, dragging sleepers down in the night. Plausible enough if you thought about sinkholes or erosion, but out there alone, it felt like the land was alive, its ancient roots pulsing with memory of intrusions. I made it to my cabin just before midnight, a small place tucked against a ridge, built on pilings to avoid the shifting soil. I bolted the door, poured a whiskey with shaking hands, but the pulse lingered, faint vibrations through the floorboards. I called the Forest Service anonymously from my landline, cell still dead, gave them the location. They found a truck the next day, roots thicker around it, like they'd grown in hours. Logbook intact, but no driver. Search dogs lost the scent after a few yards, as if he'd been lifted away. Official word. Missing, possibly disoriented, and wandered off. But I felt the claim, the quiet pulse had taken him, roots stirring to ensnare. That was the beginning. The pulses didn't stop. They'd come at night, under the summer moon, vibrating the cabin walls like a distant drum. I'd lie awake, listening to the eerie groans of roots shifting below, wondering if they were reaching up. One morning, I found them, thick tendrils pushing through cracks in the foundation, coiling like they were testing. I hacked them back with an axe, sap oozing thick and bitter, but the dread clung, unexplainable and real. Friends in town noticed I was quieter, jumping at sounds, but I said nothing. Isolation does that, turns small fears into gripping sorrow. Months passed, the summer fading, but the ancient roots stayed awake in my mind. I'd drive different routes, avoid the deep woods, but the pulse would hit sudden. A tremor in the steering wheel, eerie creaks in the wind. Research dug up old accounts. Miners in Virginia trapped by collapsing tunnels, roots exposed and pulsing with groundwater. Families in Tennessee whose cabins sank overnight, claimed by the earth. Some blamed feral folk, hidden in root-choked caves, using vibrations to lure or disorient. Others said it was the land's quiet protest, roots eternal and patient, awakening in summer to reclaim. One moonlit evening, as thunder rumbled distant, the pulse returned strong, shaking the cabin like a living thing. I stepped outside, axe in hand, feeling the tremor underfoot. Roots stirred in the yard, emerging slow, and in the shadows a figure, ragged, still, or just twisted wood. I broke free inside, barred the windows, but the echoing vibration lingered, a sorrow for the claimed driver, confusion over what stirs below. I moved after, to a townhouse in Asheville, pavement over the roots. But pulses find ways, subtle tremors in the night, perhaps from traffic, but feeling ancient. Last week, walking a park trail, it hit. A quiet vibration from the ground, roots exposed and stirring in the breeze. I fled, but the fear persists, gripping emotionally. What awakens those roots? The summer moons, or something in us that calls them. The Appalachians hold their secrets in silent depths, forest legends pulsing quiet. I avoid the woods, but the dread lingers, a confusion that leaves no peace. Just the sorrow of knowing the claim waits, echoing in every tremor. The nights stretch longer in memory, each moon a reminder of that pulse truck, the log's warning. I'd replay it, the way the roots stirred, the quiet pulse-building tension like roots coiling slow. Survival meant breaking free, but the emotional hold tightens, disturbing realism in the unexplainable. Neighbors see the change, the way I pause, the ground shakes, but I stay silent. The ancient roots carry on, pulsing quietly to claim those who linger too long. In still hours, the confusion deepens. Was it feral people sheltered by root mazes, or the mountains themselves, their roots a legend of dread? The vanishings go on, reports of rigs found entangled, drivers gone. I keep the log entries copy, smudged and faded, a ward against the pulse. But under summer moons, when the air hums wrong, I feel it, the quiet tremor stirring roots below. The sorrow builds for the driver, claimed yet echoing in every vibration. Isolation breeds such fears, plausible and gripping, offering no closure, just the lingering sense that the roots wait, ancient and quiet, awakening to ensnare once more. And sometimes, I wonder if breaking free was illusion, the pulse still calling from below. Story 19. I remember that sultry summer night in the Great Smoky Mountains like a veil that never fully lifts, leaving glimpses of something dark and twisted just out of reach. I'd grown up in those Tennessee hollows, where the foliage walls rise thick and impenetrable, vines and underbrush weaving together like nature's own barricade against the outside world. Back then, I was working as a ranger's assistant, patrolling the backcountry trails that few tourists ever ventured onto, the ones that snaked through the densest parts of the forest. The air hung heavy with humidity, the kind that clings to your skin and makes every breath feel labored. Nights like that, the woods took on a life of their own, foliage rustling softly as if whispering secrets. Locals talked about veiled glimpses through those green walls, fleeting sights of lost souls or feral figures that deceive the eye, luring wanderers deeper into isolation. I always figured it was just the heat playing tricks, the way the mind fills in shadows with what it fears most. Until that night, when the veils parted briefly, and what I glimpsed changed everything. The day had been oppressive, sun filtering through the canopy in dappled patches that did little to cut the steam rising from the ground. I'd finished marking a washed-out trail and decided to head back via an old logging road, one of those forgotten paths overgrown with kudzu and laurel that form natural walls on either side. The moon was rising early, casting a pale glow that turned the foliage into a shimmering barrier, leaves glistening with dew. My Jeep bounced over roots, headlights cutting narrow swaths through the green. That's when the breeze picked up, subtle and warm, parting the foliage just enough for glimpses, quick flashes of movement in the underbrush like eyes peering back. I slowed, chalking it to deer or maybe a bear, but the unease started creeping in, slow like sap oozing from a wounded tree. These mountains hold onto their legends tight. Stories of feral people, clans who'd retreated into the wilds generations ago, surviving in hidden cabins, their glimpses through the foliage a warning or a lure. Survival meant not stopping, not looking too close. A mile deeper, the walls thickened, vines draping like curtains, and my beams caught something solid. A rig, a semi-truck wedged off the road in a small break in the foliage. It looked out of place, like it had been guided there by some unseen hand, tires sunk into the soft earth. No lights on, but the engine ticked softly, still cooling. I pulled over, engine idling, and stepped out into the humid embrace. The air smelled of wet leaves and something sharper, like turned soil mixed with sweat. "Hello, you need a hand?" I called, my voice muffled by the walls, as if the forest swallowed it whole. No response, just the eerie rustle of leaves shifting, parting briefly to offer glimpses into the dark beyond. The rig's cab was veiled in shadow, but as I approached, a gust parted the overhanging branches, revealing the door ajar. I shouldn't have looked inside, but the isolation pulls at you, makes you question if you're truly alone. The cab was empty, no driver, but signs of recent life. A map crumpled on the seat, a water bottle half full, rolling with the slight sway of the truck. Foliage had already started creeping in, vines threading through the open window like fingers exploring. On the dash, a note scribbled on a receipt. Glimpses deceive. Don't trust what you see. My heart stuttered, the words hitting like a cold draft in the heat. Who leaves that? The legends flooded back. Lost drivers on these routes, their rigs found veiled in green, glimpses of them wandering the woods before vanishing. Granddad used to say the foliage walls parted for a reason, showing just enough to draw you in, deceptive shapes that mimicked help or horror. I scanned the tree lean, flashlight beam piercing the foliage walls. There, a veiled shape, tall and ragged, glimpsed briefly as leaves shifted. Human? Or just branches twisted by wind? The dread built gradual, a quiet tension coiling in my gut. Another glimpse, movement paralleling the road, shapes approaching slow, their forms veiled but insistent. The rustles grew, eerie sounds like footsteps muffled by leaves, circling the clearing. Not aggressive, not sudden, just unsettling, realistic in their subtlety, like the forest was hurting me. I backed toward my Jeep, but the foliage seemed denser now, walls closing in, parting only to tease with more glimpses. Eyes reflecting light, or maybe fireflies. The unexplainable gripped me. Plausible fears of feral watchers, survivors gone wild, using the green veils to stalk and ensnare. A stronger gust parted the walls again, and I saw it clearer, a figure, hunched and still, rags hanging like moss. It didn't move, didn't charge, but the presence felt real, emotionally heavy, like sorrow wrapped in shadow. I pierced through a thin spot in the underbrush, scrambling back to my vehicle, thorns scraping my arms like warnings. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of there, branches whipping the sides as the foliage walls closed behind. In the mirrors, veiled shapes faded, but the glimpses lingered in my mind, deceptive and haunting. The road twisted ahead, the humidity pressing like a shroud. Eerie rustles following as if the forest breathed in pursuit. I didn't stop until I hit the ranger station, bursting in sweat-soaked and rambling to the night shift guy. He nodded, familiar with the tales. Foliage veils things out there, he said, chewing a toothpick. Drivers get lost, see glimpses that ain't right. They sent a team at dawn, found the rig, note intact but no driver. Tracks led into the woods, then vanished, as if the ground had swallowed them. Official report, disoriented, wandered off in the heat. But I knew the walls had parted for him, deceptive glimpses luring him deeper into the hollows where cabins rot unseen. That night marked me, back in my small cabin on the park's edge, where the foliage creeps close to the windows, the veiled glimpses started coming. Sultry evenings brought them, brief partings in the leaves outside, shapes watching from the dark. I'd freeze, staring, telling myself it was wildlife, but the dread built slow, unexplainable and gripping. One morning, I found scratches on the door, like hands had tested the latch, veiled by dawn's light. Friends noticed I was distant, avoiding the deep trails, but I brushed it off as burnout. Isolation does that, turns the mind inward until every rustle sounds like an approach. Weeks turned to months, the summer dragging its humid tail. I'd hike shorter paths, but the foliage walls always seemed to shift, parting to offer deceptive sights, a ragged form in the distance, gone when I blinked. Research in the local library unearthed more, old journals from settlers describing veiled glimpses of wild men. In the woods, feral clans that blended with the green, surviving on what they could deceive others into leaving behind. Stories of cabins surrounded by foliage that moved at night, walls parting to reveal lost loved ones, only to claim the searcher. Grounded horror, the kind born of real vanishings, emotionally sorrowful for the deceived. One sultry night, As the moon rose full again, the glimpses got closer. I sat on the porch, whiskey in hand, when the foliage rustled strong, parting to show a shape at the yard's edge, tall, veiled, but with a familiarity that chilled. Was it the driver? Or my imagination weaving deception? Eerie sounds encircled the cabin, soft footsteps in leaves, approaching slow. I pierced inside, bolted the door, but the veils outside shifted all night, glimpses teasing through the curtains. Sleep evaded, dreams filled with foliage, walls parting endlessly, deceptive shapes pulling me in. I moved after that, to an apartment in Knoxville, away from the green walls. Concrete and noise to drown the whispers. But glimpses find ways, shadows in alleys mimicking shapes, leaves in parks parting briefly on windy nights. Last month, driving a back street, the humidity rose, and through a hedgerow, a veiled form watched, deceptive and real. I sped away, but the confusion clings. What veils those glimpses? The summer foliage, or something in us that seeks the lost? The driver's fate sorrows me, lost yet glimpsed in every shadow. Years on, the Great Smokies hold their secrets behind foliage walls, forest legends alive in the sultry dark. I avoid those trails, but the dread lingers, a quiet fear that the veils wait, parting just enough to deceive. In still hours, I feel the pull, to return, to pierce the walls and see what's truly there. The shapes approach in memory, veiled and approaching, leaving no closure, just the gripping sorrow of the unseen. And sometimes on humid nights, the foliage outside my window rustles, parting briefly, and I wonder if I'll escape next time. The sultry nights persist in my thoughts, each moon a reminder of that veiled rig, the note's warning. I'd replay it, the way the walls parted, the deceptive glimpses building tension like vines tightening slow. Survival meant piercing through, but the emotional hold grips, disturbing realism in the unexplainable. Neighbors see the change, the way I stare at hedges, but I stay silent. The foliage veils carry on, parting subtly to lure those who look too long. In quiet moments, the confusion deepens. Was it feral people, hidden in leaf-choked cabins, or the mountains themselves, their walls a legend of dread? The loss continue, reports of drivers vanishing, rigs found veiled in green. I keep the note's copy, smudged and folded, a talisman against the glimpses. But on summer eves, when the air shimmers wrong, I see it, the brief parting, veiled shapes approaching. The sorrow builds for the driver, lost yet eternal in the deceptions. Isolation breeds such fears, plausible and gripping, offering no end, just the lingering sense that the walls wait, veiling glimpses that deceive once more. And perhaps I escaped only to carry the veil with me. Story 20. I remember that summer dusk in the Ouachita Mountains like a muted cry that echoes in the back of my mind, faint but insistent, pulling at the edges of my sanity, even now. I've been driving those winding Arkansas backroads for years, hauling supplies to remote logging camps nestled in the hollows where the Appalachians taper off into rugged hills. The Ouachitas have that same ancient feel, dense thickets of oak and pine choking the valleys, isolation wrapping around you like fog. It was late July, the air thick and still, the sun dipping below the ridges in a haze of orange that turned the forest into a labyrinth of shadows. Folks around here whisper about the distant thickets, those overgrown patches where the underbrush swallows light and sound, muttering cries on summer evenings that mimic lost voices. Old-timers at the diner called them echoes of the missing, hikers, hunters, drivers who'd answered the calls and vanished into the green. I always nodded along, figuring it was just the wind or animals, nothing more. Until that night, when the muted cries started, beckoning from the thickets like a siren's whisper. The day had dragged on humid and heavy, my rig loaded with chainsaws and fuel cans, rattling over pothole gravel. I took the old spur road through the national forest to shave time, a path few used after dark, flanked by walls of foliage that pressed close. The radio sputtered country ballads, fading to static as the signal died in the valleys. That's when I first heard it. A distant cry, muted and insistent, like a voice calling from underwater. Help! It floated on the breeze, barely audible over the engine's hum. I leaned forward, straining, but it faded quick, leaving only the rustle of leaves. Unease prickled my neck. The isolation hit harder out there, miles from the nearest cabin, where cell service was a joke and help meant waiting for dawn. The legends crept in, stories of feral people hiding in the thickets, survivors from forgotten mining towns gone wild, their cries luring the unwary to share their fate. Survival meant keeping moving, ignoring the tricks of the woods. A few miles on, the cries returned, clearer but still muted, echoing like missing calls from the past. Please, over here. Might get twisted. It sounded human, desperate, but muffled by the dense growth. I slowed the truck, scanning the roadside. Up ahead, headlights pierced the dusk, illuminating another rig, a semi like mine, pulled off into a small clearing edged by thickets that seemed to swallow the light. It sat at an odd angle, as if it had veered there sudden, engine off but hood warm. No driver visible. The cries seemed to emanate from nearby, insistent but distant, beckoning toward the overgrowth. I parked behind, killed the engine, and stepped out into the humid embrace. The air smelled of pine sap and damp earth, thick with that summer stillness broken only by crickets and the faint, eerie sounds of branches shifting without wind. "Hello, you hurt?" I shouted, my voice flat against the thickets, no echo returning. The cry answered instead, "Help me," muted from deeper in the brush. My flashlight beam swept the rig's cab, door unlocked, swinging open easy. Inside, it was empty, but lived in. A jacket slung over the seat, coffee cup in the holder, spilling dark liquid that pooled on the mat. Dirt tracked in, leaves scattered like the forest had invited itself. On the console, a small voice recorder, the kind for dictating logs, red light blinking faintly. I hit play. Shouldn't have touched it, but the dread was building slow, curiosity overriding sense. A man's voice, rough and edged with fear. Cry from thicket. Sounds like a kid, but ain't. Pulling me in. Truck won't start now. Static hissed, then more. Muted but insistent. Don't follow. The recording cut, leaving silence heavier than before. My hand shook as I set it down. The cries echoed again, muted approach from the thicket, beckoning like a hand reaching out. The underbrush rustled, subtle at first, then deliberate. Eerie sounds of something moving through the leaves, not fast, but closing. Was it the driver? Or whatever it called him? The legends flooded back. Granddad's tales of thickets swallowing folks whole, their cries joining the chorus to lure others. Feral clans, perhaps, mimicking distress to draw prey into their hidden lairs. Cabins buried in the green where no one looks. Plausible in these parts. Search parties find bones sometimes, scattered and weathered, with no clear story. The muted cry came closer. "Come. Help." Insistent, pulling at my resolve. I glanced into the thicket, dense, dark, parting slightly in the breeze to reveal shadows that shifted, shapes that could be hunched figures or just twisted roots. The tension coiled tighter, a quiet dread settling in my chest like fog in the hollows. I backed away from the rig, flashlight jittering over the ground where roots snaked like veins. The approach rustled nearer, muted footsteps crunching faintly, the thicket seeming to breathe, beckoning me forward. My radio in the truck crackled to life unbidden, static weaving with the cry, echoing the plea. I muted it quick, slamming the door as I climbed in, heart pounding slow and heavy. The engine turned over, thank God, and I floored it, tires spinning on loose dirt, snapping branches as I fled. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig shrank, but the thickets loomed, the muted cries pursuing on the wind, fading but insistent, like they clung to the air. The drive back felt endless, the road twisting through more thickets that whispered as I passed. Every shadow held a glimpse of movement, every rustle an eerie sound beckoning back. I didn't stop until I hit the paved highway, pulling into a lit-up gas station where truckers nursed coffees under fluorescent buzz. I told the clerk about the rig, voice steady but hands betraying the shake. He nodded, unsurprised. "Thickets get M's sometimes," he muttered, spitting chew. "Cries pull him in." Sheriff got called, found the truck, recorder intact but no driver. Tracks led into the thicket, then stopped abrupt, like the ground had opened and closed. "Missing," they said, "likely lost in the dusk." But I heard the swallow, the muted cry claiming him, distant now but eternal. That night stayed with me. Back in my cabin on the mountain's flank, where the thickets creep close to the yard, the cries started coming at dusk. Muted at first, insistent whispers on the breeze, "Help." I'd stand at the window, peering into the green, telling myself it was owls or wind. But nights grew worse. Eerie sounds approaching the porch, rustles like feet testing the boards. One morning, footprints in the mud, bare, uneven, circling before vanishing into the brush. I muted the TV, the radio, anything that could echo the calls, but the dread built, unexplainable and gripping, a sorrow for the swallowed, driver seeping in. Weeks blurred, the isolation weighing like the humid air. I drive shorter routes, avoid the deep woods, but summer dusks brought the cries back, distant thickets muttering, beckoning from the edges. Research in faded books and online threads turned up echoes. A hunter in Oklahoma's Ouachitas hearing muted pleas, vanishing mid-trail. A family in Arkansas whose cabin was surrounded by rustles until they fled, one child never accounting for. Some blamed feral holdouts, silent watchers using cries to disorient and claim territory. Others said it was the land's memory, thickets holding on to the lost, their voices muted but insistent, swallowing the curious. Grounded fears, the kind that root in realism, leaving emotional scars. One sultry dusk, as thunder grumbled far off, the cry came strong, muted approach encircling the cabin like a noose. I grabbed my shotgun, stepped onto the porch, the thicket beckoning dark and deep. Shapes shifted in the undergrowth, veiled figures or branches swaying. The plea whispered my name, insistent and sorrowful. I fled inside, barred the door, but the sounds lingered all night, approaching slow, the thicket seeming to inch closer. I moved after to a townhouse in Hot Springs, away from the green swallow. Pavement and lights to mute the woods. But cries find ways, distant echoes in alleys on summer eves, rustles in parks mimicking the approach. Last month, driving a side road, the muted call hit from a roadside thicket, insistent and beckoning. I sped on, but the confusion gnaws. What mutes those cries? The summer dusk? Or something ancient in the hollows? The driver's swallow sorrows me, lost yet calling from distant places. Years now, the Ouachitas whisper their secrets through thickets, forest legends alive in the muted dark. I avoid those paths, but the dread persists, a quiet fear that the cries wait, swallowing the unwary. In still hours, I feel the pull, to answer, to approach the thicket and see what's beckoning. The shapes rustle in memory, distant and insistent, leaving no end, just the gripping sorrow of the unheard. And sometimes, on humid dusks, the cry mutters close, and I wonder if I'll flee next time. The sultry evenings haunt my dreams, each dusk a reminder of that cried-out rig, the recorder's entry. I'd replay it, the way the thicket beckoned, the muted approach building tension like roots tightening underground. Survival meant muting the radio, fleeing, but the emotional hold grips, disturbing realism in the unexplainable. Neighbors see the change, the way I hush at wind sounds, but I stay silent. The distant thickets carry on, muttering cries to swallow those who listen. In quiet moments, the confusion deepens. Was it feral people, sheltered in thicket-bound cabins, or the mountains themselves, their mutterings a legend of dread? The missing accumulate, reports of drivers vanished, rigs found silent. I keep the entry's words, etched in mind, a ward against the call. But on summer dusks, when the air stills wrong, I hear it, the muted cry from distant thickets beckoning. The sorrow builds for the driver, swallowed yet echoing in every rustle. Isolation breeds such fears, plausible and gripping, offering no closure, just a lingering sense that the thickets wait, muting cries that insist on being heard. And perhaps I fled only to carry the swallow with me. Story 21. I remember that humid summer night in the Blue Ridge Mountains like a track that fades, just as you think you've got it figured, leaving you lost in the undergrowth of your own mind. I'd been running gravel loads out of a quarry in Southern Virginia. Those backhaul routes through the hollows where the Appalachians hump up like the spine of some ancient beast buried under green. The air was always thick that time of year, heavy with moisture that clung to everything, turning the dirt roads to mud and the underbrush into a steaming wall of ferns and vines. Isolation was part of the job. Hours alone in the cab, radio hissing static, the only lights your own headlights slicing through the fog. Folks in the valleys whispered about the fading tracks, old forest legends of paths that appeared and vanished in the humid nights, erasing the steps of vanished hunters, hikers, even truckers who'd strayed too close to the thickets. They said the undergrowth pulled at you, subtle-like, until you were gone. I nodded along to those tales at the truck stops, chalking them up to moonshine dreams or the way loneliness warps a man's thoughts. Until that night, when the humid air thickened around me and the tracks started to fade right before my eyes. The day had been a scorcher, the kind where sweat soaks your shirt before noon and the cab feels like a sauna, even with the windows down. I finished my last drop-off late, the sun already sunk behind the ridges, leaving the sky a bruised purple. I took the old cut-through off Route 58, a gravel lane winding through the dense woods to shave off an hour. The humidity rose with the dark, mist curling up from the ground like breath from hidden mouths. My rig rumbled slow, tires crunching over roots that poked through the path like bones. That's when I spotted the rig ahead. A semi, parked crooked in a pull-out half-swallow by undergrowth, its trailer listing like it had hit soft ground. The headlights were off, but the reflectors caught my beams, glinting dull. No smoke from the stack, no signs of life. I eased to a stop behind it, figuring the driver might be catching a piss or stretching legs in the brush. The air hit me thick as I stepped out, humid and cloying, carrying that green rot smell of decaying leaves. I called out, "Hey, you stuck?" My voice fell flat, muffled by the foliage, no echo bouncing back from the ridges. Silence, save for the drip of condensation from branches and the faint rustle in the undergrowth like something shifting just out of sight. Unease prickled my skin, the isolation pressing in. Out here, if something went wrong, you were on your own till morning. I approached the cab, flashlight beam jittering over the mud-splattered sides. Tracks led from the driver's door into the woods, tire marks first, then boot prints fresh in the soft earth, heading straight into the thicket. But as I watched, the humid air seemed to thicken, mist rising, and the edges of those tracks blurred, fading like ink in water. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light. But no, they were erasing, the undergrowth creeping and subtle, vines inching over the imprints. The cab door was ajar, unlocked. Inside, it was empty, the key still in the ignition, dash lights dim but on. Papers scattered, a thermos tipped, coffee pooling black. On the passenger seat, a folded map, the kind with topo lines showing the hollows. I unfolded it, the paper damp from the humidity. Scrawled in marker across a section of green. Tracks fade. Don't follow. My breath caught. Who marks a map like that? The legends rushed back. Granddad stories of vanished truckers on these night runs. Their rigs found with tracks leading into the undergrowth, only to be erased by morning. Some blamed feral people, those ragged holdouts living wild in the hills, descendants of families who'd fled the mines and never returned, surviving by luring folks off the path with false trails or cries. Others said it was the land itself, the humid summer awakening something old, the undergrowth pulling at the lost until they were erased. I set the map down, glancing back at the tracks. They were fainter now, the boot prints nearly gone, vines and ferns smoothing over like the ground was healing a wound. The humid air thickened further, a chill settling despite the warmth, dread building slow in my gut like fog rolling into a valley. Rustles came from the thicket, eerie sounds, soft and unhurried, like feet retracing steps. I shone the light into the green wall, beams swallowed by the density, but caught glimpses, shadows shifting, or maybe figures hunched low. The pull started then, subtle at first, a tug in my chest urging me to follow the fading path, to see where it led. My boot edged forward without thinking, sinking into the soft earth, a track of my own forming. The undergrowth rustled closer, vines brushing my ankles like fingers testing. Heart thudding steady, I pulled back, but the humidity clung, air so thick it felt like breathing soup. The cab's interior light flickered, or maybe it was my eyes playing tricks. I turned to leave, but paused. The tracks from the rig were gone now, erased completely, the ground smooth as if no one had ever stepped there. Panic crept in, not sudden but creeping, like roots pushing through soil. What if I followed? What if the driver had felt that pull, stepped into the thicket, and the undergrowth claimed him, fading his existence? The eerie rustles encircled now, sounds that mimicked whispers, the forest legends coming alive in the humid night. Isolation gripped tighter. No one knew I was here, no signal to call out. I retraced my steps quick to my truck, boots leaving prints that blurred even as I glanced back. Climbing in, the engine roared to life, but the pull lingered, the humid air seeping through the vents, thickening the cab. I gunned it out, tires spinning, snapping small branches as the undergrowth reached. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig receded into mist, but the trackside left, fading already, erased by the creeping green. The road twisted ahead, the humidity pressing like a weight, eerie sounds following, rustles paralleling the path, as if something paced me in the brush. Every curve brought a wave of dread, the kind that settles deep and won't shake, unexplainable but real, like the mountains were alive, pulling at the edges of your sanity. I made it to the highway around midnight, bursting into the glow of a truck stop, hands shaking as I clutched a coffee. The attendant listened to my story, eyes narrowing. Fading tracks, he grunted. Happens in the humid spells. Undergrowth takes him. Sheriff checked the next day. Rig there, map intact, but no tracks, no driver. Vanished, reports said. Likely wandered off disoriented. But I saw the erasure, the undergrowth pulling him in, fading his existence. That night haunted me. Back in my trailer on the hollow's edge, where the undergrowth creeps to the yard, the humid dusks brought it back. I'd sit outside, feeling the air thicken, and see my footprint from the day fade overnight, vines inching over. One morning, marks on the porch, boot prints not mine, leading to the door then erased. I avoided night runs, took day shifts, but the pull lingered, a quiet dread in humid air. Sleep came fitful, dreams of fading paths into green, the driver's map burning in my mind. Months dragged, the summer waning, but the fading didn't stop. I'd walk the yard, see tracks appear, strange, bare feet circling, then gone by dawn. Research in old books and forums echoed the tales. A logger in West Virginia following faded tracks into undergrowth, never seen. A family in Kentucky whose cabin yard erased their steps nightly till they fled. Some blamed feral clans, hidden in the humid thickets, erasing evidence as they claimed territory. Others said it was the land's sorrow, ancient roots pulling back what's intruded, fading the unwary in summer's grip. Grounded fears, plausible in the isolation that breeds confusion. One humid evening, as mist rose, the pull hit strong, the air thickening around my trailer, undergrowth rustling close. I stepped out, saw tracks leading into the woods, fresh but fading. The tug urged me to follow, retrace into the green. Shapes shifted in the brush, ragged figures or vines swaying. I resisted, retreated inside, but the erasure lingered, sorrow for the vanished driver seeping in. I moved after to a city lot in Roanoke, concrete to hold the tracks. But humid nights bring it. Mist in alleys fading footprints, rustles mimicking the undergrowth. Last week, parking late, I felt the air thicken, my steps blurring on wet pavement. What pulls in that undergrowth? The summer humid, or was something older, erasing the lost? The driver's gone, tracks faded, but the confusion clings, a lingering fear that the mountains remember. Years on, the Blue Ridge holds its secrets in humid vales, forest legends of fading paths alive in the green. I avoid those hollows, but the dread persists, quiet sorrow for the erased, wondering if my tracks will fade next. In still hours, the pull tugs, to return, follow the vanishing line into undergrowth. The rustles whisper distant, unexplainable, leaving no closure, just the gripping sense that summer fades us all into the humid dark. And sometimes on misty nights, I see my footprints blur, pulling me closer to erasure. Story 22. I remember that summer warmth in the Monongahela National Forest like a soft hand pressing on the back of my neck, gentle at first, then harder to shake. I've been hauling timber out of those West Virginia hollows for most of my adult life, knowing every twist in the dirt roads that threaded through the ridges like veins under old skin. The forest there is thick with fern beds that carpet the ground in waves of green, especially after a wet spring, turning the understory into a sea that sways even when there's no wind. Folks in Elkins and the little towns along the way talked quiet about the whispering ferns, how they lured softly on warm nights, voices rising from the fronds that sounded like invitations or pleas, drawing the lost deeper until the mountains claimed them. Drivers went missing every few years, their rigs found overgrown, ferns creeping up the tires like they were being welcomed home. I always told myself it was heat stroke or bad moonshine talking. But that July evening, when the warmth wrapped around me like a blanket I couldn't kick off, the whispers started, and they knew my name. The day had been brutal, sun beating down until the cab felt like an oven, sweat running rivers down my back. I finished unloading at a mill outside Parsons and took the old Seneca Trail cutoff to get home faster, a narrow track that dipped into a valley choked with those massive fern fields. Dusk came early under the canopy, the light turning golden then dim, the air so warm and still it felt like breathing through wet cotton. My windows were down, the radio long gone to static, and the only sound was the tires on gravel and the soft sway of ferns brushing the undercarriage as the road narrowed. That's when I heard it, barely a breath at first, a whisper rising from the green on the passenger side. Come, soft, almost affectionate, like someone you once loved calling from a dream. I slowed, thinking it was wind playing through the fronds, but the warmth held everything motionless except that voice. A mile deeper, the lure strengthened. The whispers multiplied, overlapping in a gentle chorus. Over here. Rest. Come closer. They sounded human, weary and kind, the way a mother might call a tired child in from play. My skin prickled despite the heat. The isolation hit hard. No houses for 20 miles, no cell signal, just me and the endless ferns rolling out like a living carpet. Up ahead, my headlights caught the shape of another rig. A logging truck parked half off the trail in a wide spot where the ferns grew tallest, almost to the windows. It looked settled, like it had been there days, the green already climbing the doors, fronds curled tenderly around the mirrors. The hood was cool when I touched it, but the cab light glowed faint, as if someone had left it on for company. I pulled in behind, engine idling, and stepped out into the warmth that felt thicker here, almost caressing. Hey, anybody home? My voice sank into the ferns, muffled soft, no echo returning. The whispers answered instead, rising all around. Yes, here. Come see. Luring, gentle, pulling at something tired inside me. The dread started slow, a quiet tightening in my chest, the kind you feel when you're alone too long and the woods start feeling watchful. Tracks led from the driver's door into the fern bed. Boot prints pressed deep, heading straight into the green sea. But the fronds had already begun closing over them, swaying soft to conceal the path. The cab door hung open, vines of fern tendrils threading inside like invitations. I climbed the step, careful, flashlight beam trembling over the interior. Empty. A thermos lay on its side, lid off, coffee long dried. tools scattered, as if dropped mid-task. On the seat, a leather-bound journal, pages warped from humidity. I opened it, the paper warm to the touch. The last entry, dated 3 nights prior, in hurried pencil. Fern's whisper come. Sounds like home, like Ma calling supper. Can't ignore anymore. Going to see. Below it, smaller. If you read this, resist. They sound kind. My throat went dry. Who writes that and then walks into the green? The legends flooded back. Old stories from my pa about drivers lured off the road by soft voices in the ferns. Rigs found months later with the seats overgrown. No sign of the men, except sometimes a boot half buried. Some said it was feral folk, hidden clans living deep where the ferns grew thickest, using the plants somehow, or mimicking through them to draw fresh blood. Others claimed the forest itself remembered the old ways. The warmth, awakening whispers that concealed hungers older than the hills. I set the journal down, the whispers strengthening now, soft rustle all around the truck. Stay. Rest with us. Safe here. They came from the ferns themselves, fronds swaying though the air was dead still, luring with a tenderness that made my eyes sting. The pull was real. My feet edged toward the open door, toward the green bed where the driver's tracks had nearly vanished, concealed by the gentle closing of leaves. I saw movement then, soft shapes in the undergrowth, tall and thin, swaying with the ferns like they belonged. Human outlines, perhaps, ragged and patient, or just the way the light bent through the fronds. The eerie sound rose, a collective sigh that felt almost loving, the warmth wrapping tighter, urging me to step down, to follow. Heart pounding slow and heavy, I resisted, backing out of the cab, boots slipping on the steps slick with dew. The ferns brushed my legs as I retreated, soft as fingertips, whispering, "Don't go, stay." The lure was strongest at the edge of the bed, where the green opened just enough to show a path winding deeper, fronds parting inviting. I stumbled to my truck, the rustle following, soft and strengthening, like a chorus disappointed. Engine roared, tires spun, snapping fern stems as I tore away. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig sank into the green, whispers fading but clinging to the warm air seeping through my vents. The drive out felt longer than it should, the road narrowing as if the ferns leaned in, concealing the way behind. Every curve brought a fresh wave of that soft lure on the breeze. Come back. Rest. Until I hit pavement and the voices thinned to silence. I pulled into a diner outside Thomas, hands shaking around a coffee mug, spilling half as I told the waitress pieces of it. She nodded slow, eyes distant. Whispering ferns take one every few summers. Soft ones go first. Sheriff found the truck days later, overgrown, heavy. Journal there, but no tracks left, no driver. Missing person, case open but cold. The ferns had concealed him gentle. That warmth never left me. Back in my cabin up a hollow near Davis, where the ferns grow thick around the foundation, the whispers came at dusk. Soft at first, rising from the yard. Come out. Join us. I'd stand at the screen door, watching the fronds sway without wind, shapes moving patient in the green. One night, they reached the porch steps, tendrils curling up the rails like invitations. I resisted, barred the door, but sleep brought dreams of walking into the bed, the warmth embracing, voices welcoming home. Mornings, I'd find fern spores on the threshold, tracks of mine from the day before softened, half concealed. Months wore on, the summer lingering in my blood. I quit night halls, stuck to daylight, but warm evenings still carried the lure. Whispers from roadside ditches, ferns along the highway swaying soft. Research in dusty library books and quiet forums turned up echoes. A hiker in Pennsylvania following fern whispers into a ravine, body never found. A family in Virginia whose cabin was slowly overgrown after they heard voices calling the children. Some spoke of feral holdouts, blending with the green, using the fern's rustle to mimic lost kin. Others said it was the mountain's gentle hunger, summer warmth, awakening soft lures that concealed the taking. One warm twilight, as the sun bled slow behind a ridge, the whispers came strongest yet, circling my cabin, soft rustle rising to a chorus. Now, Come now. The ferns had grown tall, brushing the eaves, parting to show a path from my door into the woods. Shapes waited there, patient and kind, swaying with the green. The lure pulled hard, tender and sorrowful, promising rest. I resisted, locked inside, but the warmth filled the rooms, whispers seeping through cracks. I moved after that to a brick house in Morgantown, lawns mowed short, no ferns in sight. But summer warmth finds ways. Potted plants on balconies rustling soft, whispers in city parks where green grows wild. Last month, driving home late, the air thickened sudden, and from a roadside median thick with escaped ferns, the soft voice rose. Come. Finally. I sped on, but the confusion clings. What lures so gentle through the ferns? The summer warmth, or something older, concealing sorrow? Years later, the Monongahela keeps its secrets in whispering beds, forest legends soft and patient. I avoid the hollows, but the dread lingers, a quiet sorrow for the lured driver, wondering if he found the rest they promised. In still, warm hours, the pull tugs to return, step into the green, let the whispers fade resistance. The shapes sway in memory, soft and beckoning, leaving no peace, just the gripping sense that summer lures us all, gentle, into the ferns. And sometimes, when the warmth rises unexpected, I hear them calling my name, soft as a lullaby, and I wonder how long I can keep resisting. Story 23. I backed down, flashlight cutting weak paths through the steam, and that's when I saw the first one, an elusive form at the glade's edge, tall and thin, standing just where the mist thinned enough to show outline. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow, like a memory wearing clothes. It didn't move, just stood facing me, veiled by curling vapor. My breath caught. The warmth pressed closer, the air so steamy it beaded on my skin. Another form appeared to the left, then right, closing slow, not walking so much as materializing where the mist shifted. They mimicked posture I knew, slumped shoulders like my old partner who'd retired, the tilt of a head like my brother lost to the mines years back. The dread built gradual, a quiet ache in the chest, the unexplainable weight of being watched by things that wore familiar shapes. Eerie sounds started then, soft, wet footsteps in the reeds, the hiss of steam parting, rustles like cloth dragging through water. The forms closed tighter, the veil thinning just enough to show details. Ragged jackets, faces blurred but suggesting smiles, hands raised in slow welcome. The pull came with it, not forceful, but patient, urging me toward the glade's heart where the steam rose thickest. My boots sank slightly in the mud, the ground warm underfoot like it breathed. I felt the doubt evaporate, the rational part of me thinning like morning mist. I remember that midnight haul through the George Washington National Forest like a fever that breaks, but leaves you chilled forever. The kind where the steam rises off the ground in summer and blurs the line between what's real and what's just waiting to be seen. I've been running coal from the deep mines in Southwest Virginia for going on 15 years. Long nights on those narrow Forest Service roads where the pavement gives way to gravel and the trees lean in close enough to scrape paint. The air gets so thick in July you can chew it. Humidity hanging heavy, turning every hollow into a steamy glade that glows faint under moonlight. Locals in the little towns along the way, places like Covington or Hot Springs, talk low about those glades, how on the hottest nights the steam carries elusive forms, shapes that mimic the missing, drawing folks who stop too long. Truckers vanish every few seasons, rigs found cold and empty, notes sometimes left behind about figures in the mist. I always figured it was exhaustion talking, or maybe swamp gas catching light wrong. But that night, when the steam started veiling everything and the forms began to close in, I learned different. The shift had started ordinary enough, loading up at dusk, the quarry lights harsh against the softening sky. By 10, I was deep in the forest, headlights cutting tunnels through the dark, the AC busted so windows down and warm air pouring in like breath from an open mouth. The road dipped into a long valley where a creek ran parallel. The ground always wet, steam rising slow and curling fingers even at midnight. That's when the glade opened up, a wide, flat stretch where the trees pulled back and the underbrush gave way to reeds and low ferns. The whole place shrouded in that ground fog that looked almost alive. My beams caught something ahead. Another rig, a flatbed hauler, parked dead center in the glade like it had rolled to a stop and stayed. No flashers, no brake lights, just sitting quiet in the steam. I eased my truck alongside, tires hissing on wet gravel, and killed the engine. The silence hit hard. No crickets, no night birds, just the soft hiss of steam rising and the faint tick of cooling metal. "Hey, brother, you broke down," I called, voice flat and swallowed by the mist. No answer. The warmth wrapped around me as I stepped out, thick and close, carrying that mineral smell of hot springs mixed with rotting vegetation. Tracks showed in the mud, tire ruts pulling off the road, then boot prints circling the cab before heading toward the glade's edge. But the steam veiled them quick, blurring the edges until they looked like they'd always been there or never were. The driver's door hung open, a faint interior light glowing through the haze. I climbed the step careful, the metal slick with condensation, and peered in. Empty. The seat still held the shape of a body, like someone had just stood up. Coffee in the cup holder, steam long gone, but the lid off. A CB handset dangled, silent. On the dash, propped against the windshield, a single sheet of paper with handwriting in black marker, forms and steam. They look like people I know. Don't trust. Below it, shakier. They're closing. My stomach drops slow, the words sinking in like stones in warm water. Who sees forms and writes that calm? The legends came rushing. Old men at the diner telling of drivers who stopped in steamy glades and saw shapes that mimicked missing kin, luring them out into the mist where the ground turned soft and the forest took them gentle. Some said feral holdouts lived in those wet places, figures blending with the steam, survivors gone strange after generations hidden. Others claimed the glades themselves remembered the drowned valleys under the reservoirs, forms rising on hot nights to balance some old debt. Ender sun, replaced by a sorrowful longing to step closer, to see if those shapes really were who they mimicked. I don't know how long I stood there. Minutes maybe, the warmth cradling, the forms inching nearer without seeming to move. One raised a hand clearer, palm out like a greeting, and for a heartbeat, I almost went. But something snapped, a memory sharp of my wife's voice warning me never to stop in the glades alone, and I turned, stumbling back to my truck. The steam swirled thicker behind me, veiling the forms as they closed the gap I'd left. Engine caught on the second try, and I peeled out, tires spinning in mud before biting gravel. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig faded into the haze, the elusive shapes standing where I'd been, patient, waiting for the next haul. The road climbed out of the valley slow, the steam thinning as elevation rose, but the warmth clung to my clothes, my skin, the cab. Every curve in the dark brought flashes in the glass, forms in the mist alongside, keeping pace without effort, veiled but persistent. I didn't stop until I hit the truck stop outside Clifton Forge, lights harsh and welcoming, other drivers nursing coffee under fluorescent hum. I spilled the story in pieces to a couple old-timers, voice low. They traded looks, nodded slow. Steamy glades get a few every summer. Forms were faces you miss most. Sheriff went out at dawn. Found the rig. Notes still there, but no tracks left in the mud. No sign anyone had ever walked the glade. Driver missing. Case filed and forgotten quick. That night, rooted deep. Back in my cabin, up a dry ridge near Goshen, where the ground stays firm, the steamy nights still brought it back. Warm fronts moving and would turn the hollow below into mist, and I'd see elusive forms at the tree lean. Shapes mimicking folks long gone, standing quiet till I looked away. One dawn, I found damp footprints on the porch, leading to the door then vanishing, like the steam had carried them up and set them down gentle. I quit midnight runs, took day shifts only, but summer warmth always found ways. Humid spells where the air thick and sudden, veils forming in low spots, forms closing if I lingered outside. Months wore on, the memory steaming slow in my thoughts. I'd read old reports in the library archives. miners lost in flooded shafts whose faces were seen in mist years later, families who moved after shapes mimicked drowned children at pond edges. Some whispered of feral remnants, living in the wet places, using the steam to hide and hunt with borrowed faces. Others said the glades held onto grief, summer heat drawing up elusive forms to ease loneliness or settle scores. Grounded sorrow, the kind that sits heavy when you're alone with what you've seen. One midnight years later, driving a rare late load, the valley fog rose thick again, a glade opening unexpected where the road dipped. The warmth hit like memory, steam veiling the shoulders, and there, forms waiting closer than before, faces clearer in the haze. My brother's smile, my old partner's wave. The pull returned, patient and sorrowful, urging me to stop, to join. I evaporated doubt, floored it through, but the mirrors held them longer this time, closing till the road climbed free. I don't take that route anymore. Move the cabin higher, drier ground, but summer steams still rise in dreams, elusive forms standing patient at the edge of sight. The driver's gone, mimicked now perhaps in some other glade, his shape luring the next lonely hauler. The confusion lingers. What wears those faces in the steam? The mountain's grief, or something older using memory against us? The sorrow sits deep, for the missing, for the almost taken, wondering if one warm night the veil will thin enough and I'll finally stop. Years on, the George Washington keeps its steamy secrets, forest legends breathing slow in the glades. I avoid low valleys after dark, but the dread remains, quiet and gripping, a lingering fear that the forms wait, patient in the mist, wearing faces I can't forget. And sometimes, when the humidity climbs sudden and the air turns warm as breath, I feel them closing again, elusive but real, and I wonder how much longer I can keep driving past. Story 24. I remember that summer night under the stars in the Daniel Boone National Forest, like a current that pulls slow and steady until you realize you're already too far from shore. I'd spent most of my life running loads through those Kentucky ridges, gravel hauls from the quarries down to the river ports. Long hours where the only company was the hum of the engine and the occasional howl of something distant in the hollows. The forest there is old, thick with hemlock and laurel, shot through with concealed streams that run quiet under the leaf litter and roots, only giving themselves away by the cool breath that rises on warm nights. Folks in the little communities scattered along the Red River talked careful about those hidden waters, how they tugged gentle at the unwary, drowning drivers who'd stop too close, pulling them under without a splash loud enough to wake the stars. Rigs would be found parked neat by the road, doors open, logs sometimes mentioning a pull from below. I always listened polite, but skeptical, blaming it on flash floods or drunk wandering. Until that August night, when the gentle tug started and the concealed stream called my name soft as a lover. The day had baked everything, heat shimmering off the quarry stone until late evening, the sky finally clearing to a blanket of stars that felt close enough to touch. I was hauling a load of crushed limestone on the old Forest Service Road 918, a narrow track that skirted a steep drop into a ravine where water ran year-round but rarely showed its face. Windows down, the warm air carried pine and the faint mineral scent of underground springs. Around 1 in the morning, the road leveled into a straight stretch bordered by dense rhododendron, and my headlights picked up another rig ahead. A flatbed like mine, parked close to the shoulder where the ground sloped gentle toward the unseen ravine. No lights, no reflectors flashing, just sitting quiet under the stars like it had rolled to a natural stop. I pulled in behind, leaving my engine running, and stepped out into the night that felt heavier here, the warmth settling on my shoulders like a hand. "You all right, buddy?" I called, voice carrying farther than expected before dropping into the dark. No answer, only the soft trickle of water somewhere below the bank, concealed but present. The tug started then, barely noticeable, a gentle pull at my boots like the earth itself had shifted downhill a fraction. I figured slope or loose gravel, but the road looked level. Boot prints led from the driver's door down the embankment, disappearing into the thick green where the ground fell away. The other rig's door stood open, interior light off, but the cab still holding faint warmth when I touched the hood. I shouldn't have gone closer, but isolation makes you check on your own kind. The embankment was steep but manageable, roots and rocks offering handholds, the air growing cooler and damper with every step down. That's when I heard the stream, gentle flow under the leaves, concealed by ferns and moss, running clear and quiet in a narrow cut no wider than a man. The water glowed faint under starlight, filtering through the canopy, moving slow but steady. The tug intensified subtle, like a current brushing my ankles though I stood on dry ground several feet away. The other driver's tracks ended at the stream's edge, pressed deep as if he'd knelt or sat. Then nothing. No exit prints, no disturbance in the moss. Just the gentle current carrying on, stars reflected unbroken on the surface. I climbed back to the rig, heart picking up a notch, and looked inside the empty cab. A logbook lay open on the seat, pages curled from humidity. The last entry, dated that same night, in ballpoint that had bled slightly, tug from water. Feels like home pulling me in. Stream singing soft. Below it, smaller. If you're reading, anchor yourself. Don't listen long. My mouth went dry. The legends hit hard then. Stories from my uncle about drivers found downstream days later. Lungs full of clear water, though no storm had passed. Rigs parked neat with doors open like they'd stepped out willing. Some said feral folk lived along the concealed streams, hidden in caves behind waterfalls, using the gentle flow to mask their work. Others claimed the water remembered old drownings, loggers swept away in floods, miners trapped in seep-filled shafts, and tugged gentle on summer nights to even the count. The tug came stronger as I stood there, a soft pull at my legs urging me back down the bank, the stream's song rising faint but sweet, like a lullaby half remembered. I felt my weight shift forward without meaning to, the warmth of the night wrapping, encouraging. Rustles started in the undergrowth, eerie sounds of something moving parallel downstream, not hurried, just keeping pace. I shone my light into the ravine and caught glimpses, pale shapes under the surface, or maybe reflections of roots, elongated and drifting slow with the current. The pull intensified, gentle but insistent, like hands under the water guiding ankles. I backed away fast, the tug releasing only when I reached my truck and slammed the door. Engine roared, and I pulled forward, but the gentle current seemed to follow in my mind, the stream's soft song echoing in the cab though windows were up now. Every mile down the road, the warmth lingered, the tug a memory in my calves, urging return. In the mirrors, the abandoned rig sat patient under the stars, doors still open, waiting for the next driver to feel the pull. I drove straight through to the truck stop at Slade, hands wide on the wheel, spilling coffee as I told a night clerk pieces of it. He listened quiet, then said, "Concealed streams take one every few years. Gentle ones go willing." Rangers checked at first light, rig there, logbook intact, but the stream ran clear and empty, no body, no disturbed bank. Driver missing, presumed accidental drowning though the water was barely knee-deep. Case closed quick. That tug never fully let go. Back in my cabin up a dry spur near Miguel's, where no water runs close, the warm nights still brought it. The soft pull in my legs when I stood too long outside. The faint song of distant flow, though the nearest creek was a mile off. One morning, I found damp footprints on the porch boards, leading from the yard to the door, then stopping abrupt, water beaded where toes had been. I anchored heavy things near the bed after that. Chains, old iron. Anything to feel grounded when the tug came strongest under summer stars. Months passed slow, the memory flowing steady. I stuck to main roads, daylight only, but warm fronts moving through always carried that gentle current in the air, the concealed song rising faint from low places. Old newspapers in the library told similar. Coal trucker in 78 found downstream, with lungs full of spring water, rig parked neat. Logger in the 50s whose widow swore he heard singing from a dry ravine the night he vanished. Some spoke of feral families along the hidden waterways, living off what the tug delivered. Others said the streams held sorrow, summer stars awakening gentle pulls to fill empty spaces below. One star-heavy night years later, heat hanging thick after a dry spell. The tug returned stronger than ever. Soft hands on my ankles while I stood on the porch, the concealed song rising clear from the dark though no water ran nearby. I felt the current urging downhill, toward a ravine I'd never noticed before, the warmth promising peace below. Shapes drifted in the periphery, elongated, patient, mimicking folks I'd lost. I anchored hard, gripping the rail till knuckles bled, the tug easing only when clouds covered the stars. I moved after that, to a ridge house near Moorhead with no low ground close. But summer stars still shine through windows, the gentle pull rising faint on warm currents. Last summer, driving a rare night load on a different forest road, the warmth hit sudden, a concealed stream singing soft from the roadside ditch. The tug brushed my tires, urging stop. I anchored the wheel, drove through, but the mirrors held pale reflections longer than they should. The Daniel Boone keeps its hidden waters quiet, forest legends flowing gentle under the leaves. I avoid ravines after dark, but the dread lingers, a sorrow for the drowned driver, wondering if he found the peace the current promised. In still, warm hours, the tug returns faint, concealed but patient, leaving confusion. What pulls so gentle from below? The summer stars, or something older using memory as bait. And sometimes, when the night air thickens and the stars burn clear, I feel the soft hands again, and I wonder how long the anchor will hold before the gentle tug wins. Let's move to the last story. I remember that humid night in the Shawnee National Forest, like a light dimming slow until you're not sure if it's gone or just waiting for you to look away. I'd been hauling produce from the southern Illinois farms up to Chicago for years. Long runs where the interstate gives way to state routes that wind through the hills like they don't want to let you leave. The Shawnee is different from the mountains back east, flatter in places, but with these deep, verdurous abysses where the land drops sudden into ravines choked with green so thick it swallows sound and light alike. On the hottest nights, humidity rises off the soil like breath, and the forest takes on a subdued glow, faint lights dancing in the depths that locals say are the rigs of the lost, subdued forever in the green. Truckers go missing along those stretches, their cabs found with batteries drained and lights dimmed low. Entries sometimes scrawled about glows calling from below. I always chalked it to faulty wiring or tired eyes playing tricks. Until that night, when the subdued lights started calling soft and the verdurous abyss opened up patient under the stars. The run had started late, loading watermelons at a co-op near Anna till after sundown, the air already thick enough to wring out. By midnight, I was on Route 146 cutting through the forest, windows down because the AC couldn't keep up, the warmth pressing in with that wet, green smell of leaves fermenting in the heat. The road narrowed sudden, dipping into a long hollow where the trees arched overhead and the shoulders fell away sharp into darkness. That's when the lights began. Subdued at first, faint glows down in the abyss to my right, like dying flashlights or dashboard bulbs left on too long. They flickered soft, not dancing wild, just steady enough to catch the eye, calling quiet from the verdurous depth. I slowed, telling myself it was reflection off wet leaves or maybe a camper down a side trail, but the glows held pattern, lining what looked like a sunken road or old logging cut long reclaimed by the green. Up ahead, my headlights swept across a rig, a reefer trailer like mine, parked half off the pavement where the shoulder crumbled into the drop. It sat tilted slight, one wheel over the edge, lights subdued to a faint amber haze from the markers and cap. No engine running, no brake lights, just that low glow that matched the ones deeper in the abyss. I pulled in close, hazards on, and stepped out into the humidity that felt heavier here, like the air itself was holding its breath. "Hey, you need a jump or tow?" My voice dropped into the ravine, muffled by the thick foliage, no echo coming back. Silence, broken only by the faint drip of condensation and a soft rustle far below, like leaves shifting without wind. The tug of curiosity pulled gentle, the isolation settling in. No other traffic for hours, cell bars gone since the hills started. Boot prints led from the driver's door down the embankment, pressed into the soft soil, but already softening at the edges, the verdurous growth beginning to close over them. The other rig's door stood ajar, the subdued interior light casting a weak pool on the seat. I climbed the step careful, the metal warm and slick, and looked inside. Empty. The seat still creased from weight, a half-eaten sandwich on the dash going stale, coffee cold in the thermos. The battery gauge read low, lights dimmed, automatic to save power, but the glow felt deliberate, subdued on purpose. On the clipboard hooked to the visor, a daily log with the last entry in hurried pen, lights dim in abyss. Calling soft like home. Going to check. Below it, almost scratched through. If you see this, brighten your path and drive. My skin prickled slow, the words sinking in like humidity into cloth. The legends hit thin. Old drivers of the truck stop in Marion telling of rigs found in the Shawnee ravines with lights drained low. Drivers vanished in a green. Glow-seen nights later deeper in the abyss like lures for the next one. Some said feral families lived down in those verdurous cuts, hidden since the cold days, using faint lights to draw the lonely. Others claimed the forest subdued what it took. Summer humidity awakening old glows that called patient from the depths. I backed out, flashlight cutting weak through the mist rising off the leaves. And that's when the subdued lights strengthened faint. More glows appearing in the abyss below, lining an unseen path that wound deeper, calling soft with their steady pulse. The verdurous depth seemed to breathe, the air thickening warmer, urging me down the bank where the other driver's tracks had nearly vanished. Rustles rose eerie from below, soft footsteps in leaf litter, or maybe vines shifting, the sounds mimicking approach without hurry. I swept the light down the slope and caught glimpses. Faint reflections off metal far in the green. Another rig, perhaps. Lights subdued to match, or shapes moving slow between the trunks, tall and patient. The pull came gentle but real, a quiet longing in my chest to follow the glows, to brighten the path for whoever was lost down there. My boot edged forward, the embankment soft underfoot, the subdued lights calling clearer, promising company in the verdurous dark. Doubt thinned like morning fog, replaced by a sorrowful urge to descend, to see what waited in the abyss. The humidity wrapped closer, the warmth almost comforting, the glows pulsing like heartbeats syncing with my own. How long I stood on that edge, I can't say. Minutes stretching humid and long, but a sudden memory flared sharp. My daddy warning never to follow lights in the Shawnee after dark, his voice rough from years on the same roads. I shook it off, backed hard to my truck, the subdued glows dimming disappointed behind me as I climbed in. I brightened every light I had, high beams, fogs, hazards, cab interior, and floored it out, tires grabbing pavement as the rig lurched forward. In the mirrors, the abandoned truck sat tilted, its lights subduing further, the verdurous abyss swallowing the glows one by one until only darkness remained. The road climbed slow out of the hollow, the humidity thinning with elevation, but the subdued lights lingered in my mind, calling faint even as miles passed. Every dip in the highway brought a fresh wave of warmth, a glimpse in the glass of glows pacing alongside before fading. I didn't stop until I hit the bright island of a truck stop near Goreville, fluorescence harsh against the night, other rigs parked like anchors. I told the story in fragments to a couple night shift drivers, voice low over bad coffee. They traded glances, nodded slow. Verdurous abyss takes a few every humid spell. Lights call the tired ones first. Troopers checked at dawn. Found the rig, log intact, but the embankment grown over fresh. No tracks left, no driver. Missing, case noted and shelved. That night dimmed something in me permanent. Back in my trailer outside Carbondale, where the yard stays high and dry, the humid fronts still brought it. The faint glow at the tree lean down the slope, subdued lights calling soft on the worst nights. I'd wake to find my porch light drained low, battery fresh, but bulb dimmed, unnatural, the verdurous depth across the road seeming deeper than before. One morning, faint wool marks in the drive, leading toward the ditch, then stopping abrupt, like something had rolled partway and thought better. Years wore on, the memory glowing steady. I switched to day runs mostly, interstate when I could, but summer humidity always rose eventual, the air thickening warm, subdued lights appearing in low places along the route. Old accident reports in the library told echoes. Trucker in '89 found weeks later at the bottom of a ravine, lungs dry, but eyes fixed on faint glows no one else saw. Hauler in the '70s whose widow swore. He spoke of lights calling from the green the night he didn't come home. Some whispered of feral holdouts down in the hidden cuts, using battery lights or phosphorescent lures to draw company. Others said the abyss subdued what it needed. Summer warmth awakening old calls that dimmed the living slow. One humid midnight a few years back, heat wave gripping tight. The lights returned stronger, lining the roadside ditch as I drove a late load, calling clear from the verdurous depth beside the highway. The pull hit patient, the warmth promising rest if I just brightened my path down. Shapes moved faint between the glows, tall, familiar in outline, mimicking drivers I'd known who never came back. I brightened every switch, high beams blazing, and drove through, but the mirrors held the subdued lights longer, closing gentle till the road rose free. I don't run south of I-64 after dark anymore. Keep the house lights on timers, bright and wasteful, but summer humidity still seeps in, the verdurous abyss waiting patient in every low spot. The driver's gone, his glow perhaps added to the chorus now, calling the next tired hauler. The confusion lingers. What subdues those lights in the green? The forest's hunger, or something older using memory as bait? The sorrow sits heavy, for the missing, for the almost called, wondering if one warm night the glows will call clear enough and I'll finally dim my own. Years later, the Shawnee keeps its verdurous secrets, forest legends glowing subdued in the depths. I avoid the hollows when the air turns thick, but the dread remains, quiet and gripping, a lingering fear that the lights wait, patient under the stars, ready to call again. And sometimes, when the humidity climbs sudden and the night warms soft, I see faint glows at the edge of sight, and I wonder how long I can keep brightening the path before the verdurous abyss subdues me too.